round it, we round it, we round it, we round it. Mama, yes. Lord the fluid. People, are you ready for a new style this year? Luna and Kitchi tell me if I let you away. The way these dancers moving like horses on a track. Fighting on the bridle with jockey holding back. Make this in a road march. Give this dance a chance. You are the man to do this. Make people jump and dance. Yeah. They can't stop me. I'm telling you. Hostip is a new dance to make them jump. All I'm to them on. That's what I've been doing. Lose me, let me jump up and shake my rump. They gon' cry and cry for more. Love Japan. We gon' make them dance for sure. Give me Japan. Give me music night and day. We love Japan.
Good morning. Good morning, colleagues, Senate and Central staff, testifiers, and our listening and viewing audience. The 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands Committee on Rules and Judiciary hearing for Thursday, February 26, 2026 is hereby called to order. This month is American Heart Month. Moreover, 4 in 10 U.S. women have cardiovascular disease, such as heart disease or stroke, and the number is anticipated to rise every year. Earlier this week, one of our very own family member here in the legislature experienced a crisis and had a stroke. It was because of the quick work of her other family members in the Division of Journal that they were able to assure that she received the medical attention, the quick medical attention that she needed. We pray covering over her family as they go through this crisis. She looked well when I saw her, and we really are thankful that she was able to pull through. Sometimes we are working and doing our work every day, and we have persons who work right next to us, but it was because of her co-workers here in the legislature who worked quickly, efficiently, saw the signs, and reacted. And so she is doing well. And I am sure with God's help and all of our help and love and the fine team that we have at the Roy Lester Schneider Hospital, that she will be on her way back to normal and a level of normalcy. So we really are thankful. As I was saying, every year, heart disease and stroke kill more women than all cancers combined. Despite advances in reducing cardiovascular and cerebrovascular health inequities, Black Americans still have a higher rate of heart disease, stroke, and hypertension. One of the important things that we all can do, as recommended by the American Heart Association, is to exercise and eat a very balanced diet. One of the most simple exercises anyone can do is walk. Walk, and sometimes I would encourage you to walk briskly. That helps speed up your heart rate, keep it pumping. I mean, that's our main engine as human beings. So walk briskly and do as much walking as you can possibly do. You could also do some gardening. 30 minutes a day for 5 days a week helps build up your cardiovascular health. Also, if you are one of those athletic persons and like to run, I would encourage you to run as well. This week on Tuesday, February 24th, we observed World Spay Day. This is a month that we spay and neuter pets and animals as a proven way to save their lives. This helps with the problem we have of homeless pets who could otherwise be put down in a shelter or killed on the streets. This week, we also recognize Future Farmers of America Week. It began on February 21st and concludes on February 28th. This youth leadership development group has more than 760,000 student members in 8,700 local Future Farmers of America chapters in all 50 states and Puerto Rico. Its goal is to get young people ready for the challenges of feeding the growing population of the United States and the world. We know that the University of the Virgin Islands now has an agriculture program, and they have actually begun working with the agriculture program. I just had a wonderful conversation this week with Miss Benita Martin for We Grow Food, Inc., and they are in DC as part of the agricultural program that the university has and the corporate extension program to lobby for funding for our only land grant historically Black university to get monies for the agriculture program. That is what we're talking about, food sustainability. And I want to also add that this month is, of course, Black History Month is upon us. African American History Month is another name for Black History Month in the United States. It started as a way to remember significant African American individuals and events before extending overseas to honor Black people worldwide. Numerous prominent Black individuals from the Virgin Islands have made significant contributions to both us and world history. March, we can commemorate, and that's just on Sunday begins, Virgin Islands History Month. It is a privilege for me to host every year the annual Black and Virgin Islands History Month art competition. This is our 6th annual arts competition, and every year is geared to young people in middle school, in our public or even private school, middle school students. And over the years, my office has been enriched. We have been inspired by the creativity of our young people. So this year, and I wanted to mention those who had won in the past year for the Black History, Virgin Islands History Month art competition. Rhonda Walsh, she won the first competition. Ariel St. Paul, she won the second. Ava Daniel won the third. Khalees Henley won the fourth. And then Janicia Petty. Now you may be asking, well, what are they going to get for submitting all of their creative artwork and the like from this competition? Well, they're going to get some recognition. It hangs up in my office. And also, winner takes all, $300 cash for our young people. That's to help them with whatever other needs that they may have, and also to help them and encourage them to continue to be creative. Our Virgin Islands has a rich history of artists, and it's my pleasure to continue that history. History, talking about history is made every day. Today we stand on the shoulders of those who came before us. We remember and celebrate their contributions, from those who were the first in their respective fields to the many moments that have made a mark or bring to the forefront issues of importance for us all. Let us remember and share the stories about the great works and legacy of outstanding Black and Virgin Islands people who have made significant contributions to the history as we celebrate History and Virgin Islands History Month. And finally, we take the time to recognize our Caribbean neighbors who recently celebrated their nation's independence. Sunday, February 22nd, was St. Lucia, celebrated its 47th anniversary of independence. We say Happy Independence Day to the citizens and nationals of St. Lucia in their homeland and those who reside here in the Virgin Islands and across the Caribbean diaspora. And on Saturday, February 7th, Grenada celebrated its 52nd anniversary of independence from Great Britain. We say Happy Independence Day to the citizens and nationals of Grenada who are in their homeland, here in the Virgin Islands and across the diaspora. Now, for today's Rules and Judiciary Committee, we have in block 1, 4 of the governor's nominees to the Virgin, 3 of the governor's, thank you, 3 of the governor's nominees to the Virgin Islands Port Authority Board. We also have 1 nominee to the governor's Virgin Islands Board of Contractors and Trades and Crafts. And we have 12 bills on the agenda to include some leases as well as some bills that we have been hard at work. We're going to take a brief recess and come back and do the roll call. So the committee stands in recess for 5 minutes.
We rampant. We rampant. We rampant. Mama, you hear this? Load the fluid. People, are you ready for a new style this year? Luna and Kimchi tell me if I let you away. The way these dancers moving like horses on a track. Fighting on the bridle with jockey holding back. Make this in a road march. Give this dance a chance. You are the man to do this. Make people jump and dance. Yeah. They can't stop me. I'm telling you. Hostage is a new dance to make them jump. All I'm to them on. That's what I'll be doing. Lose me, let me jump up and shake my rump. They gon' cry and cry for more. Love Japan. We gon' make them dance for sure. Give me Japan. Give me music night and day. We love Japan. Hostage all the way. Give me Japan. Daddy Farale. Listen to me. Call up this girl. So I could jump till morning. Daddy Farale. Kelly. Look, we ready to take over the city from now till Tuesday morning with it. Horse check. Horse check. Horse check. Horse check. Rasatasha. Why them a check? Kichi and Luna. Why them a check? Biggest and Kadambe. Why them a check? Mingle and Johnny. Why them a check? Bob's your check, Luna. Hold them horses. Whenever horse chip playing like people going insane. Man and woman chipping, chamban in the race. Some children are all joining and teacher doing it too. All the nurse and doctor, lawyers joining the crew. If you want a sweet thing, better than to chip. Just ask the chamban to teach you this way. You know, me and go when me just ask you. I don't just love when me chip boy. Oh, they can't stop me. Tell them me. I gon' move this like a horse when it's on the track. Anytime I play, horse chip at the way. One or two are sweet thing, don't take me back. They gon' cry and cry for more. We love Japan. We gon' make them dance for sure. Give me Japan. Give me music night and day. We love Japan. Horse chip all the way.
And we are back on the record. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed to roll call.
Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr. absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Here. Senator Gittins present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Present.
Senator Francis Heiliger present. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Present.
Senator Joseph present. Senator Clifford A. Joseph.
Present.
Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. present. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis absent. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Here.
Senator Potter present. Madam Chair, you have 2 members absent, 5 members present.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. And thank you, colleagues, for being here for us to have a quorum today. Any correspondence, Madam Clerk, to be read into the record?
Yes, Senator.
Kindly proceed.
A letter dated Wednesday, February 25th, 2026, to the Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Chairwoman of the Committee on Government on Rules and Judiciary, from Honorable Avery L. Lewis, Senator, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Dear Senator Joseph, I hope this message finds you well. I am writing to respectfully inform you that I will arrive tardy to the committee meeting, scheduled for Thursday, February 26, 2026. I will be attending the funeral service for a special relative. I note the importance of tomorrow's agenda items, and I look forward to weighing in on the discussion upon my arrival. Thank you for your attention and understanding. Best regards, Avery Lewis, Senator, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. A letter dated February 26, 2026, to the Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Chair of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. Dear Chairwoman Joseph, I write to respectfully inform you that I will not be present on today's meeting of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, scheduled for Thursday, February 26, 2026, at 10 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas. Due to an important and unavoidable matter requiring my immediate attention, I am unable to attend. Accordingly, I respectfully request to be excused from today's hearing. Please know that this absence is not taken lightly, and I fully recognize the significance of the nominations and legislative measures before the committee. The work of the Committee on Government on Rules and Judiciary is critical to the integrity, efficiency, and accountability of our legislative process and the governance of the Virgin Islands. Please extend my regards to the members of the committee and all testifiers. I look forward to reviewing the testimony and outcomes of today's hearing and continue our shared work in service of the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you for your understanding and continued leadership. Respectfully, the Honorable Angel Bocas Jr., Chair of the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, and Parks. Senator at Large, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Madam Chair, this ends the reading of the correspondences for today.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, kindly mark Senator Bocas as excused and mark Senator Avery Lewis as excused as well. We will recognize him when he arrives. We will recognize him as present when he arrives, Senator Lewis. Madam Clerk, please proceed to read Block 1 of today's agenda into the record.
Please be advised that the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands Committee on Rules and Judiciary has scheduled a hearing for Thursday, February 26, 2026 at 10 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas. The purpose of the hearing is to receive testimonies from the governor's nominees and to consider the following legislative measures. Block 1, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Mr. Willard John, governor's nominee, Governing Board of the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Ms. Leona Smith, governor's nominee, Governing Board of the Virgin Islands Port Authority. And the Honorable Celestino White Sr., Governor's nominee, Governing Board of the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Madam Chair, this ends the reading of Block 1 of today's agenda.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Just want to, before we begin today's proceedings, to ask everybody to please turn off your cell phones as part of our housekeeping and keep those cell phones off. I also want to recognize the presence of non-committee member and chairman of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, the Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr. Thank you so much, Senator Francis, for joining us today. And also, I know we had a very long pause, and I just wanted to inform the listening and viewing audience, as well as those individuals who are in the well right now and our nominees, that we had a little bit of an issue because the legislature is aware that 2 of the nominees to the Virgin Islands Port Authority are on their 3rd consecutive term as would be nominated, and if they voted on their 3rd terms, and they are completing their 2nd term. And we have actual legislation that is in law, and I'm going to read it so that we are clear and everyone understands. Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, subsection 65B, in particular, states 65A, subsection B, C, C states, notwithstanding any other provision of law to the contrary, no person shall be appointed to membership on more than 2 governmental boards or commission, nor shall a person be eligible to serve on a board or commission for a period in excess of 2 terms, except upon a finding by the legislature that the person has given exceptional service on such board or commission. So we have 2 of the governor's nominees before us who have completed 2 terms, and they are nominee Leona Smith as well as nominee Celestino White, Sr., former senator. And so with that being said, that is subjective. We had our legal counsel search within the code, and we could not find a definition, a clear definition of what exceptional service means or how that is defined. And so the members present are going to make those determinations based on the questions that we're going to ask today. Everyone knows that the Virgin Islands Port Authority is a very important board to be on, and definitely this body has the authority and it is within our rights to examine nominees based on their service. And has been the practice of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. We are going to ask all the nominees for the Virgin Islands Port Authority to please stand as you're sworn in. Kindly raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm, under penalty of perjury, that the testimony you will receive to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do. Willard
Thank you
John.
so much. All the nominees have affirmed that they do. Kindly be seated. We are going to proceed in this order. First, we'll have Mr. Willard John. You will first read your testimony into the record, then Ms. Leona Smith, then the Honorable Senator Celestino White, Sr. I just want to make sure before you proceed that all of your mics are checked, and we have done that basic housekeeping. Just speak and say your name. We'll start with you, Mr. John. Just say
Willard
good morning.
John.
Very good.
Good morning.
Ms. Smith,
Leona Smith, good morning.
former Senator.
Celestino White, Senior.
Thank you so much. Mr. John, kindly proceed with reading your submitted testimony into the record.
Before I start, let me inform you that I have completed 2 terms also. So this, if accepted, this would be my 3rd term.
So it's all 3 of you.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you so much for that correction and for also your candidness in saying that. I appreciated that very deeply. That shows that you're an honest human being. Kindly proceed.
Good morning, esteemed Chairwoman Carla Joseph of the 36th Legislature's Committee on Rules and Judiciary. Honorable Vice Chair Kenneth L. Gittens, distinguished members of the Virgin Islands Legislature, dedicated legislative staff, and community members who are participating remotely. I am Willard John, the current chairman of the Virgin Islands Board of Governors and representative of the St. Croix District. My term expires in April of 2026. I am a retired educator with 38 years of service in the Virgin Islands Department of Education, where I held various positions, including a vocational counselor, cultural education specialist, coordinator of the St. Croix Adult Education Center, coordinator of the St. Croix Skills Center, assistant principal in several schools, and principal of the St. Croix Educational Complex High School. I've been a member of the Rotary Club of St. Croix Mid-Isle for 30 years and serve on the board of directors of the Frederiksted Federal Credit Union. I am also a board member of the St. Croix Foundation for community development. My other activities and credentials include serving as a founder and artistic director of the Guardians of Culture, Moko Jumbis, for the past 30 years. As a cultural ambassador, I have represented the Virgin Islands worldwide, promoting Virgin Islands culture. I am also the president of Jumbi Productions, Inc., a company that specializes in entertainment booking, event management, film location management, production services, and consulting. As a culture bearer actively engaged in various aspects of our tourism industry, I bring extensive experience and cultural knowledge to the board. This expertise can help develop policies and initiatives to enhance the travel and tourism sector in our territory. About the Port Authority. The Virgin Islands Port Authority is a crucial component of the Virgin Islands economy. Our objective is to upgrade port infrastructure, enhance cargo, cruise, and inter-island ferry services, ensure the safety of aviation and maritime activities, and boost economic benefits across the territory. The authority was created by the Virgin Islands Legislature as an independent agency and funds its own operations. The Virgin Islands Port Authority generates its operating income through user fee and rental charges imposed on users of the airports and marine facilities located on St. Thomas, St. Croix, and St. John. The agency is intended to be financially independent and does not receive or contribute to any funds to the U.S. VI government. Grants from federal and state governments are awarded to the authority to aid its capital construction initiatives, contingent upon the Port Authority's meeting all eligibility criteria. Additionally, the federal government approves passenger facility charges to support airport projects exclusively. Any improvements related to the USVI airports must receive approval from the Federal Aviation Administration. The Virgin Islands Port Authority is governed by a 9-member board that sets agency policies. The executive director is responsible for implementing these policies and managing the day-to-day operations. As a board member, I help establish policies for the Port Authority's aviation and marine divisions, as well as its operations and financial policies. The Port Authority is in a transitional phase as it prepares to partner with private companies to develop and enhance its aviation and cruise facilities across both districts. In my testimony today, I will provide a brief overview of the authority's current public-private partnerships and projects to improve port infrastructure in St. Croix. The Port Authority Board nominee Leona Smith will provide testimony relative to projects in St. John, and board member Celestino White Sr. will testify regarding projects in St. Thomas. The Anne E. Abramson Marine Facility, otherwise known as the Frederiksted Pier. This project to expand and rebuild the damaged tender pier landing at the Frederiksted Cruise Port has also been significantly completed. The pier has been expanded to 80 feet by 50 feet and replaces the structure damaged in 2017 hurricanes. The landing pier serves as an auxiliary pier for cruise passengers and is used for cruise excursions, dive boat operations, and local fishermen. Partnership with Royal Caribbean. The Port Authority is dedicated to enhancing the cruise ship industry in the territory and increasing visitor numbers, particularly on St. Croix. During the 2022-23 cruise ship season, St. Croix welcomed 67 cruise ships. For the 2025-26 season, the St. Croix is scheduled to receive 112 ships, with the majority of these ships coming from Royal Caribbean and its affiliated vessels. The Port Authority is committed to ensuring that St. Croix continues to benefit from cruise tourism and remains a vital part of its overall port strategy. Carnival Cruise Lines have traditionally been the leader in bringing cruise ship passengers to the territory. However, in 2025, Royal Caribbean surpassed Carnival in cruise visitors. This shift is a direct result of the Port Authority's successful business relationships with Royal Caribbean, which is enhancing the territory's cruise industry. the Wilford Bomba Alec Port and Transshipment Center, otherwise known as the Container Port. The Port Authority successfully partnered with Tropical Shipping and Crowley to apply for and was awarded a $21.9 million grant from the U.S. Maritime Administration in October of 2020. The grant will be used to repair and modernize the cargo handling and storage infrastructure at Crown-based Sandfield Cargo Facility. In November 2023, the Maritime Administration announced that the territory was awarded an additional $22 million for repairs and improvements to the Wilford Bomba Alec Port and Transshipment Center on St. Croix, locally known as the Container Port. This grant was applied for by Viper and Tropical Shipping. The bulkhead at this facility will be rehabilitated and the concrete apron will be restored. The cargo storage areas are also slated for reconstruction. The project also includes security improvements at the port, such as lighting, fencing, and fire protection. This project is currently in the design phase. Public-private partnerships with the airports, modernizing our airport terminals and improving our air travel experience. The airport terminals on St. Croix and St. Thomas are scheduled for significant modernization through a public-private P3 with VI Ports Partners, now known as Sky City VI. The project, managed by Sky City, aims to enhance the Cyril E. King Airport and the Henry Rosen Airport by introducing modern amenities, attracting retailers, and improving operations and traveler experience. Ownership will remain with the VI Port Authority, which will maintain certifications and receive FAA grants. This year, Viper and Sky City VI will finalize a lease agreement and plan to hold public engagement meetings to update the community and aviation stakeholders. Capital improvement projects for St. Croix. Schooner Bay and Gallows Bay Marine Facility. The Jackson District of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineering is conducting a feasibility study for the navigation of Christiansted Harbor to determine if the channel should be dredged to facilitate the berthing and mini cruise ships at the Gallows Bay Marine Facility. The Corps is preparing an integrated feasibility study and a National Environmental Act document to address concerns related to maneuverability, dimensions, and safety in both Schooner Bay Channel and Gallows Bay at Christiansted Harbor, located in St. Croix. Upon completion of this study, the Corps will present its findings to the Virgin Islands Port Authority, and the results will be shared with the public. Viper is preparing to transition all cargo activity from Gallows Bay to the Gordon A. Finch Molasses Pier. The bids for demolition of the old warehouse at the Gallows Bay Port are expected to be released in the coming months. This will enable the Virgin Islands Port Authority to fully transfer cargo operations from the Gallows Bay dock in Christiansted to the Molasses Pier, thereby repurposing Gallows Bay exclusively for ferry services and luxury vessels. New terminals at the Molasses Pier and Container Port. After construction of the new terminals at the Gordon Finch Molasses Pier and the Wilford Bomba Alec Port and Transshipment Center, the Container Port on St. Croix was completed, the Virgin Islands Port Authority faced delays in fully transitioning tenants to the new cargo facilities. These delays resulted from post-construction coordination, operational readiness checks, and logistical planning specific to each tenant. These issues have now been addressed, and tenants are preparing to relocate to both facilities. All bays at the Gordon Finch Molasses Pier are currently occupied. The newly constructed terminal at the Alec Port Transmission Center features 10 bays, all of which are fully occupied by Tropical Shipping, Benton Construction, and the U.S. Customs and Border Protection Agency. Once fully operational, the Molasses Pier and Container Port will function at full capacity, improving St. Croix's cargo handling capabilities. Customs is also committed to providing one-stop service for the convenience of residents of St. Croix. As noted previously in this testimony, Viper is undergoing a significant transformation by making strategic investments, practicing sound fiscal management, and committing to resilience and innovation. Viper will remain a vital economic engine for the territory. We appreciate the ongoing support from the legislature and the Brian Roach administration. The Port Authority's board and management look forward to continued collaboration to achieve our shared goals of sustainable growth, community prosperity, and global competitiveness. The Port Authority remains committed to enhancing the efficiency, safety, and economic contribution of our ports and related facilities for the people and businesses of the Virgin Islands. I remain available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Mr. John, for that very in-depth presentation and the work of the Virgin Islands Port Authority Board. At this time, the chair will recognize Ms. Leona Smith to read her submitted testimony into the record. Kindly proceed, Ms. Smith.
Good morning. Honorable Carla Joseph, Chairwoman of the 36th Legislature's Committee on Rules and Judiciary. Vice Chairman, the Honorable Kenneth L. Giddens, esteemed members of the Legislature of the Virgin Islands, legislative staff, and members of the community who are present or viewing remotely. I am Leona Smith. I have been nominated to serve as the St. John representative on the Virgin Islands Port Authority's Board of Governors. I previously served as a St. John administrator from 2007 to 2014, representing the Governor of the Virgin Islands on key matters concerning the island. Before my role as administrator, I spent 17 years as a coordinator at the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Additionally, I worked as a part-time U.S. Customs and Border Protection inspector and officer for 19 years. I serve as a researcher and investigator of constituent complaints at the Legislature of the Virgin Islands. I hold a Bachelor of Science degree in Criminal Justice and an associate degree in legal research. I have also served on several boards, including the Board of Tax Review, the Board of Directors of the West Indian Company, the Board of Trustees for the Government Employees Retirement System, and the Virgin Islands Board of Elections. Additionally, I serve as a president and chairperson of the St. John Cultural and Festival Organization for many years. I currently serve as the Assistant Director of Festivals for St. John at the U.S. Virgin Islands Department of Tourism. I was appointed to Viper Board in May 2019 and served until my term expired in May 2022. I returned to the board in December 2022 during my first term. I was elected board chair in 2019 and 2020 and served as board secretary until my term expired in December of 2025. Today, I seek your approval to continue to serve on the Port Authority Board as a representative of the island of St. John. Viper plays an essential role in the U.S. Virgin Islands economy. Our goal is to modernize port facilities, improve cargo cruise and inter-island ferry services, ensure the safety of aviation and maritime operations, and enhance economic benefits throughout the territory. The Virgin Islands Legislature established the authority as an autonomous agency that finances its operations. In my testimony today, I will provide a brief overview of recent Viper Board policies and initiatives with a primary focus on St. John projects. Lord and Bourne's Senior Dock Improvement. The Bourne's Dock is the main port of entry to St. John. Ferry operators provide service from this facility to Red Hook and the Charlotte-Amalie Harbor in St. Thomas. Viper has significantly completed the repairs to the Bourne's Dock in Cruise Bay, St. John. The renovation project at the Bourne's Dock included resurfacing the pier, installing a canopy adjacent to the existing terminal, and adding a men's and women's restroom and an electrical room for an emergency power generator. The project is funded through $1.5 million appropriation from the U.S. Virgin Islands Legislature from the St. John Capital Improvement Fund. Acts 8401 and 8644. Viper awarded a project to Rodriguez and Garland via a competitive bidding process. Viper has temporarily closed a portion of the waiting area of the Loredan Boynes dock as a safety precaution until underwater structural repairs can be completed. The authority's marine consultant, Moffett & Nichol, is accelerating the design, permitting, and bidding phases of this project so the work can begin as soon as possible. While Viper will not have a final repair cost until bids are received, this work is part of a larger project to reinforce the docks on the side at this facility. The 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands approved Act Number 8473, which appropriated $400,000 for the design of a multi-purpose facility located on 3.75 acres of land owned by the Virgin Islands Port Authority at the Theoval Moorhead Dock and Terminal in Cruise Bay, St. John. These funds have been received and expended. The 36th Legislature also appropriated funds for the Southern Trust Company Settlement Fund via Act 8920 for the construction of a cultural center. The Port Authority has not yet received these funds. In February 2025, the Virgin Islands Port Authority met with residents to represent updated designs for the community park, which will be built on Viper-owned land near the Theoval Moorhead Dock at Enahai Pond in Cruise Bay, St. John. Viper's project contractor, Moffett & Nichol, is finalizing the design and preparing to present the project to the relevant permitting agencies. Viper plans to advertise the project for bidding in 2026. Fisherman's Facility in Cruise Bay. Viper's contractor, Moffett & Nichol, is completing designs of the proposed Cruise Bay Fish Market, funded by the Virgin Islands Legislature through Act Number 8515. The design will incorporate feedback from public hearings, public meetings with fishermen and stakeholders. Viper will present the proposed plans at a pending hearing before the Historic Preservation Committee of St. John. Viper has decided to increase certain marine tariff rates following a review of its financial obligations and pending infrastructure projects. Public hearings were held in St. John, St. Thomas, and St. Croix from October 6 to 8, 2025, during which stakeholder feedback prompted revisions. Notable decisions include: the board rejected a new barge ramp fee per passenger at the Noel E. Boynes car ferry dock. The parking lot at the Victor Soar Marine Facility will not be converted to paid parking, but enforcement will be strengthened. Approved changes include a new fee structure for the Noel Boynes car ferry barge, increased BVI inter-island ship dues and wharfage from $8 to $12, and a phased increase in docking fees. Additional charges include a new fee structure for the Ormond V. Fredericks parking garage, increased pilotage rates, and a new cargo overflowing staging fee. The new rates will take effect on April 6, 2026, and will be reviewed every 5 years. The updated tariff will be available on Viper's website by April 1st, 2026. Viper has made considerable progress in enhancing its aviation and marine facilities through its capital projects program and public-private partnerships to modernize and upgrade airport terminals and seaports. As a former board member and an active participant in the travel and tourism industry, I believe my experience will enable me to contribute effectively to the board and continue this progressive work. I appreciate your consideration of my nomination to serve the people of the Virgin Islands, especially those in St. John. I am available to answer any question you may have. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Ms. Smith, for that comprehensive and detailed testimony relative to the work Viper is doing on our small sister island, Love Island, St. John. Now we will have the testimony from the Honorable Celestino White Sr., a former senator. Kindly proceed with reading your submitted testimony, Senator White, into the record.
Thank, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Committee on Rules. Before I move to my testimony, I beg your indulgence. All of you know me to be extremely aggressive, vibrant, and at times loud. I'm neither vibrant, aggressive, nor loud this morning, simply because I'm under dentist care for a full mouth transaction. Some of the essays and so forth will not come out right. And a dentist that never wear dentures is telling me how to use them to be comfortable. They're giving me problems. I can't. Finally, please don't please don't advise my daughter Colette that I appear to this hearing without my dentures. I can't take them today again. I wear them yesterday. I can't do it today again. Good morning, Honorable Senator Carla Joseph, Chairwoman of the 36th Legislature Committee on Rules. All these esteemed members of the legislature present, Senator Vice President Gittens, Senate President Milton Potter, Senator Clifford Joseph, and Senator Nobel Francis. I can't get them the F out either.
Carla.
And I know my friend Senator Alma Francis. With my teeth, man. Is present also. So good morning to all. I will try to be Celestino. I am Celestino A. White Sr., and I currently serve on the Virgin Islands Port Authority Board of Governors. Today, I seek your approval to continue to serve on the Port Authority Board of Governors. I have a strong background, at least I believe, in professional, political, and personal experience relevant to serving on the Port Authority Board. A native of St. Thomas, I graduated from Charlotte Omni High School in the year 1965 and served 4 years with the United States Air Force, included 1 year in Vietnam. After an honorable discharge in 1969, I joined the Virgin Islands Police Department, where I rose to the ranks to become Chief of Police over a 23-year career. I then served 22 years as a Virgin Islands Senator from the St. Thomas St. John District. After completing a total of 45 years of government service, I retired in 2013. Furthermore, I am proud to hold a master's degree in common sense and a PhD in street sense from the School of Hard Knocks. All of them tell you what college you've been to. Viper plays an essential role in the U.S. Virgin Islands economy. The agency objective is to upgrade port facilities, improve cargo, cruise and inter-island ferry services, ensure the safety of aviation and maritime operations, and support commerce, travel, and other economic activities throughout the territory. Sorry for spitting on you. The Virgin Islands Port, the Virgin Islands Port Authority should be governed by a 9-member board that sets policies. Currently, only 6 members make up the board. The executive director implements those policies and manages the agency's daily operation in collaboration with his management team and staff. My testimony today will provide a brief summary of VIPA policies and initiatives and will focus primarily on projects concerning the island of St. Thomas. VI Capital Improvement Projects, Marine Division, St. Thomas. Development of Crown Bay District. On December 17, 2025, VIPA, Royal Caribbean Group, and Cruise Terminals International held a signing ceremony to mark an agreement to redevelop the Crown Bay District here in St. Thomas. The project is expected to boost the local economy through job creation, support for local businesses, and increased service demand. This public-private partnership aims to transform the Crown Bay waterfront into a vibrant mixed-use destination for residents and visitors alike. The redevelopment will modernize the Crown Bay Center, enhancing commercial, recreation, and cultural spaces. At the ceremony held at the Austin Bay Monsanto Marine Terminal in Crown Bay, VIPA Executive Director Carlton Dow emphasized that this project is crucial to the territory's future competitiveness in tourism. The partners from CTI and Royal Caribbean expressed their commitment to long-term investment and improving cruise guest experience. The VIPA board is fully committed to this project, which aims to revitalize and enhance the region's cruise offerings. I have to exercise my lip. Many cruise visitors return as overnight guests. Therefore, it is essential to provide facilities and experiences that are enjoyable, unique, and memorable. VIPA is currently transitioning with CTI, which includes the permitting process for required dredging, finalizing property transfer, and establishing procedures and other operational details. Although VIPA is not obligated to provide relocation assistance to any of its tenants, the board has authorized the executive director to create a relocation plan for the mechanics and others located in the Sub-Bay District. This plan will facilitate the necessary expansion required for the redevelopment of Crown Bay. Tenants who are in good standing will be eligible for this relocation assistance. Charlotte Amalie Harbor dredging and Conquine School demolition. Demolition is currently taking place at the former Adelita Conquine Junior High School site on Veterans Drive to prepare for harbor dredging operations, which are part of Charlotte Amalie Harbor Dredging Initiative. This project aims to increase port capacity for larger cruise vessels at the West Indian Company dock. Custom Builders has the contract for the Conquine demolition. Initial clearing started in December. Key dates include building clearance and remediation on January 16, 2026, and structural demolition from February 2026 to late September 2026. VIPA has received 5 bids for the dredging project at Charlotte Amalie Harbor and the Yacht Haven Grand area. These bids are currently under review and will be presented to the board for consideration within the next 30 days. Crown Bay Cargo Facilities Improvement. VIPA successfully partnered with Tropical Shipping and Crowley to apply for and was awarded a $21.9 million grant from the U.S. Maritime Administration in October of 2020. The grant will be used to repair and modernize the cargo handling and storage infrastructure at Crown Bay Sandfield Cargo Facility. Following completion of the extensive design process, phase 1 of this project is scheduled to begin in the second quarter of 2026. The board aims to construct a new terminal in Red Hook to provide U.S. Customs and Border Patrol protection services for travelers between U.S. Virgin Islands and the British Virgin Islands. This development will significantly reduce travel time between the two territories, which are intrinsically linked through family connections, business, and leisure activities. This facility will need to be financed, and the authority is taking a necessary step to begin this process. The testimony from Board Chairman Willard John already discussed the Virgin Islands Port Authority partnership with Sky City to modernize the Cyril E. King Terminal in St. Thomas and the Henry E. Wilson Airport on St. Croix. The St. Thomas Terminal, built in 1989, was originally designed for 300,000 passengers, but now accommodates 800,000 annually. Issues such as congestion and limited space have arisen since the terminal post 9/11 retrofit for large screening equipment, along with a notable increase in flights to the island between 1989 and today. The partnership between Viper and Sky City aims to enhance the travel experience by introducing modern amenities, improving cooling system, and that's one word. Yeah. Thank you, Senator Gittins. You always have been a help. I can't get a Z out. Space on both floors of the King Terminal to address the current congestion challenges. The P3 will also provide new opportunities for local and national businesses via concession within the terminal. The Cyril E. King Airport is undergoing essential runway repairs started in December 25, following a major improvement announcement by the Virgin Islands Port Authority. The initial phase includes pavement boring to enhance safety. A $27 million resurfacing project will begin in January 2026, funded by the federal grants and passenger facility charges. The last major runway rehabilitation occurred in 2012, and this project has been in the planning stage since 2018 with various stakeholders. The runway will be closed nightly from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. throughout 2026. But regular airport operation will continue without operation during the day. The Dale A. Gregory Transportation Center at the Cyril E. King Airport in St. Thomas has been completed, and a ribbon cutting ceremony was held on April 25, 2025 to mark its opening. The facility, that is the Dale Gregory Transportation Center, opened to the public on April 28 and featured 3 levels, providing 320 parking spaces on the 2nd and 3rd floors, including accessible parking, and that's disabled parking. It offers access to rental car services and taxis on the ground floor and is designed with elevators. The lot is also a significant source of revenue for the authority, generating between $80,000 and $90,000 a month. I got out. Thank you again, Senator Gittins, for your help. WAPA is embarking on journey that will enhance its role as a key economic engine for the territory by strategically investing in innovative projects, practicing robust fiscal management, and fostering a culture of resilience. Viper is poised to strive in a rapidly changing landscape. On behalf of the board and management team of the Port Authority, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the legislature. We came to you many times and beg you, and you deliver each time. I know you're probably tired of it. I extend my gratitude to the legislature and to the Brian Roach administration for the unwavering support of the agency ambitious goal and objective. I am here ready to answer most questions that you would have, or any question you would have, and let me at this time apologize to Board Chairman Willard John for some time spitting on him. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And thank you so much, Senator White, for that very in-depth as well as comprehensive testimony. And also, you're doing pretty well. You know, we all help each other. And so we are here to help and support the team as well. That's what this body has done in the past, and we will continue to do. Colleagues, we have concluded with receiving the testimony of the testifiers. We will proceed with one round, and if we need an additional round of 4 minutes, just one round of 4 minutes, and if we could go needed and they have burning questions for members, we'll proceed with the next round. The order of questioning will be as follows. First, we have up to bat Senator Clifford Joseph Sr. Next, we'll have non-committee member Novell E. Francis Jr., followed by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Then we'll have Mr. President Milton E. Potter, followed by Mr. Vice President and Vice Chair of this committee, Senator Kenneth Gittins. And if any other senator wishes, they can chime in after Senator Gittins. And then I will round up the questioning from senators. With that being said, Senator Joseph Sr., kindly proceed with your 4 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to my colleagues, and good morning to everybody in the room. First question will be to you, Mr. Willard John. You mentioned about the Gallows Bay warehouse, and you're planning to rebuild, or you're taking quotes to rebuild. But what's going on with the other warehouse on the airport right now that's just there for months doing nothing?
Well, the warehouse at the airport will eventually come down and we will replace it, but it's an issue of identifying funds to do that.
So do we have the funds for Gallows Bay? Are you already taking?
No, well, the Gallows Bay, we're going to take that building down, and then it will be available for anyone who wants to do development, and they come up with a plan. And
some time back, speaking about Gallows Bay, I think the engineer was saying that the Army Corps engineer had no more interest in the dredging of that harbor, or this new study changes that fact?
That definitely changes that. They are doing the study.
Okay.
We want to determine if the ships can come in and what it would take, and also to make sure that the environment is protected.
I also want to inquire, any plans for when we have a few planes on the ground, you can't get out of the airport? Like, any plans within the board?
I'm not sure of your question.
Okay. the other day I went to drop my wife to the airport, and it had maybe 3 planes on the ground. It took me 45 minutes to get out of the airport, to leave, just to drop off and leave.
So that's a traffic issue. Well, as I mentioned, we have this 3P plan, and the idea is to revamp both airports so that there is that convenience is there, so that there's a flow of traffic as well as accommodate larger numbers of people.
And in this plan, are we still planning to have a new terminal on St. Croix, or that's still part of the plan?
Well, that's all in negotiation right now. Remember that Sky City is a company that's negotiating now with transferring the employees as well as negotiating with the airlines to see what additional flights they're going to bring in. Once that's done, then the fees have to be determined, and based on the increase of fees, they will determine what type of improvements will be made.
So no clear. This question is from Ms. Leona Smith. As far I noticed, this is your third term on this particular board, and you mentioned you've been on other boards before. You spent more than one term on any of these other boards?
Yes, I have, Senator.
All right.
In particular, GRS, which I'm
Okay.
waiting to be replaced for many, many years. But it seems like no one wants to be on the GRS board.
So what's the difference between the Port Authority Board and GRS board that nobody wants to serve?
Well, the GRS board, you serve until you're replaced. And I've been there, like I said, for many, many years. I've encouraged folks in St. John to come up to the place, but they're intimidated by the legislature, so they don't want to come.
You also mentioned about the Bones dock. You had $1.5 million. Is being that you have a grace period now, is that $1.5 million going to still be able to complete that project?
No, Senator, because we have to do the underneath work.
Time.
So we're still going to need funding for that.
Okay.
If you're aware now, it's just like what partial. We are utilizing partial of the dock, and the other side is not in use because of the construction that's going to be taking place pretty soon for underneath.
Okay. Madam Chair, could I ask one more question, please?
You may proceed to wrap up, Senator.
This one is for Member White. The question is, I heard you mention that you got 6 members on the board presently, and it's a 9-member board. So when you have a tiebreaker, how do you guys vote?
I guess that is.
Or have you ever had a tiebreaker?
Well, it happens, and the best negotiator and experience matters most time with that.
And
So you're looking at him.
so, as far as, okay, since you have 6, let me ask this one real quick. At any time, do you reach back out to the ED to reach back out to the governor to try and send some other nominees out?
Yes, Senator, and the able chair has done that. We lacking a member on St. Thomas and lacking a member on St. Croix. And communication have been sent to His Excellency, the governor, to fill the vacant position on St. Thomas and the vacant position on St. Croix. What makes the board exceptional is those that we have go to work every day, to every meeting. And that's an exceptional thing.
Thank you for your response.
Thank you,
And
Senator.
thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Clifford Joseph. I want to ask a question. I don't know which one of you are on this committee, because you have served, based on your own representation, more than 2 consecutive terms on this body. Which one of you serve on, or is there an existing finance committee for the Virgin Islands Port Authority Governing Board? Is there a finance committee that you have? And who's the
Yes.
chairperson?
Derek Gabriel, Commissioner of Public Works.
Okay, and do any of you sit on that committee?
I don't.
No one?
I don't.
I don't.
Okay. So that's a key committee, because my concern is that with the semi-autonomous bodies, you are supposed to be self-sufficient. And I know that the authority has been going aggressively forward with getting federal funding, but this legislature, and I know you said thank you, and we are really appreciative that you said that thank you, is also looking to assure that the taxpayers' money are spent with a level of fidelity. And given that you're supposed to be self-sufficient, and I'll ask each of you this question, how do you see that you could be more self-sufficient and less reliant on general fund appropriation that this government gives to the authority as governing board members? We'll start off with you, former Senator White. And before I can continue, I want to recognize the presence of Senate Secretary Avery L. Lewis. Thank you so much, Senator Lewis, for being here. Senator Lewis is a member. Madam Clerk, kindly mark Senator Lewis as present, and then give us a tally of total members present here for the committee.
Madam Chair, you have one member absent, one member excused, and 6 members present.
Thank you. It seems like we're going to be like the Port Authority Board. Let's see if we have a good negotiator here too, in the event that we get a tie. Going to you, Senator White. You were going to respond to my question. Do you need me to repeat it?
No.
Good. That means your mind's still sharp.
Yes. Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the body, and indeed the general public, we are relying on this trust, and the S again, strong partnership that the chair spoke about, the Peachtree, and we rely on the aviation side, and on the marine side, we both spoke of the partnership with the cruise line. Those two project, public-private partnership project, should make an impressive dent in exactly what you're saying. And you're right to note it. You say a semi-autonomous.
Yes.
Why you coming here all the time?
That's correct.
Well, this is why we looking at partnership. Take you out, bring the partnerships in, and that's where we go. Look at what I said in the testimony with just a parking garage. It seemed like we need to build more parking garage around here. $90,000 a month just down the road at the airport. You want to know what happening out at Red Hook? $146,000 a month. That's parking. So, yes, as we dwindle off from coming to acts, well, let's be truthful, to beg. And you have always one, you meaning the body. We hope to move away from that through these impressive partnership that we have embarked on.
And thank you. I knew that would be your answer, because it's a new paradigm of us being able to work. It's no longer than everything, because we have dwindling and limited tax money, and we have a great need. So I am very hopeful within the next 2 to 3 years we'll go beyond talk with the partnerships, and we will see some vertical movement and horizontal movement, and include our local people in those types of movement. Thank you so much. I don't know if the chairman would like to expound on that question as well.
Just a little bit. I want to add to what the Honorable Senator mentioned. The staff and under the direction of the executive director is aggressively pursuing federal monies that will help us with many of these projects. When it comes to the airports particularly, the vast majority of the money we get for any type of development comes from the federal government. So our staff under the direction of Carlton Dow continues to pursue that to make sure that we have adequate monies to do the repairs and other things that we need to do to keep abreast.
Thank you so much. Ms. Smith, you want to also...
Well, I will concur that we are, the staff continue to seek grants from the FAA. And one of the questions you had asked me prior to coming here today is, would it be possible to impose taxes on passengers coming into the territory and leaving? I did do the research, and it's not possible. Because of the Constitution, we can't do that. But we are continuing to seek funding, even though the legislature has been great to us by giving us those fundings. We're trying hard to tap into other areas, but at this time, it's kind of difficult. But we are working on getting extra funds.
Right. And so my concern to you in asking you that in our conversation with the fees was that we have our neighbors and they are our brothers and sisters in the BVI imposing significant fees on persons who travel here to the Virgin Islands from abroad, and even us, if we have to take a flight to another island in the Caribbean, when you land, you leave, you're paying these fees. And we aren't charging that, and we are not seeing that, but they are using our landing strip to get to the BVI, our visitors. And we have a high number of visitors, head count, here in the Virgin Islands. Okay, thank you so much for that insight, and thank you for your responses. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you, my colleagues. Good afternoon to the nominees. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audiences. And good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. I want to, first of all, commend the nominees for their willingness to continue to serve. Something must be happening good on this board. I see 3 times your stint there, so I want to thank you for your service thus far, and to just query you, because one of the decisions that this body have to make is to determine your suitability in terms of being exceptional. That's what the code requires us to do, and certainly we will have to do that here today. I wanted to ask you, and I must say, nominee Celestino White, that you spoke about the ability to raise revenues based on the parking lot, parking garage, and I'm hoping that St. Croix will be considered for a parking garage as well in the near future, because parking is at a premium and a commodity in the district of St. Croix. You have difficulties in finding parking, even if you go there at 6 o'clock in the morning. It's very difficult to be able to find a parking space. So we hope that your discussion with the P3 will also include a parking garage for St. Croix. Of course, I wanted to ask you, each of you, what do you believe to be your greatest accomplishment while serving on this board at this time? We'll start off with you, Ms. Smith. We'll come to John, and then we'll come to Mr. White.
My greatest accomplishment is working with the port in regards to moving these projects forward, especially the P3 that we mentioned before. Continue their safety on all the port facilities, modernize both airports, the Sika and Hera airports, and enhance the marine areas. So I think those are the most accomplished ones, and I would like to see those come into fruition in the near future.
Thank you, Mr. John.
I'm going to agree with Leona. The P3 is the big projects, and we have to make sure that we're setting the policy, and the board and the department is following it. Also, in this relationship with Sky City, they're the ones that are directly negotiating with the airlines, with the tenants, etc. So we have to stand back and let them do their work. But this P3 transition, both at the two airports and also what's going on in the seaport, that transition is extremely important. And it's important that we guide this process as much as we can.
Thank you. Mr. White?
Thank you. Clearly, the
1 minute.
clearly the two partnerships that we have embarked on, countless hours has been spent by the board to ratify and to give the okay, the go ahead on that. I think that parking garage, I went to school, I just went Market Square. 12 times 90. That's money. I think I opened a parking lot. And you're right, Senator Francis, as it relates to your question about St. Croix and the parking garage and whether or not that would be something that would be on the horizon. So in addition to that, though, if you're looking for exceptional,
Time.
and you should, because the law said that you should do that, 6 years.
Time.
6 years I serve on the board. There's a board meeting once every month. I miss one. I have time. So, thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, may I just wrap up with two final
You may
questions?
proceed, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Coming back to you, Chairman John, in respect to the P3 and Sky City, is there a timeline for you to be able to complete the negotiation and be able to get something to the public and as well as the employees as to the path forward?
We're looking at by the end of this year.
End of 2026.
That is correct.
Okay. And my final question on this particular round, again, coming back to you, Mr. John, because I hail from the district of St. Croix, I wanted to ask you in terms of I know that you're pending some work with Sky City and the transition, but what are we doing to ensure that we continue to have the passenger and tourism friendly fixes that need to be done, such as the conveyor belt at the Henry Rosen Airport, as well as the bathrooms? What's happening there?
So the issue with the conveyor belt, I think that belt is older than the Honorable Celestino White. And when we have issues with it, oftentimes we can't even find parts. When we do get parts, it's because they have to manufacture them. So it takes time to repair it. The answer really is when they redo the airports to put new ones in. As you know, new ones are extremely expensive, the high-tech ones that they're making today. So we try our best to mend it whenever it's broken, but it does take time.
And as a result of it being broken so often, I mean, what is the alternative? Do we need to have additional red caps or something to assist the passengers? We have a lot of elderly individuals that travel on a daily basis, and I think it's difficult for them to be able to navigate, these luggages through, getting them through the customs and getting them to the airline. Agreed
that we probably need to have more help. There are challenges with that because on a regular basis, there aren't that many passengers tapping into that help. So for people to be there and not make money is a challenge. Now, when there's a breakdown, they will make money, but that's really not that often.
Very well. I just ask that you at least consider something moving forward to address that particular issue because it's problematic.
I will put that on the front.
Right, thank you. And my final question to you is in respect to the financial health. I'm duty bound as the chair of the Finance, Budget Appropriations and Finance Committee to ask you, what would you describe as the financial health of the Virgin Islands Port Authority at this time?
I would say we're in good health. We're in good health. We're not over debt, and we're paying all our bills. I think also, again, this P3 transition will put us in a better state.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis. You asked a whole bunch of questions, and they were very important questions, so the chair allowed the time. Now the chair will recognize committee member Alma Francis Heiliger for your 4 minutes. Kindly proceed, Senator Francis Heiliger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to the testifiers, those here in the audience and staff. I heard one of the nominees, Mr. White, speak about him having time. You know, it's good when you're enjoying retirement. But for the other two, how do you manage time? Making sure other responsibilities or other leadership positions, because I also heard you're also on the GRS board. Share a little bit, how do you manage your time to make sure you're giving the best to each one of these boards or other boards you might be on and other activities? Because, you know, we have to make sure we follow the law for this exceptional requirement.
Okay, good morning, Senator. In terms of my attendance with GRS, it has been very well. I have the time. The boards meet once a month, just like Port Authority. And like Senator White said, I think I've probably been absent once. And then after that, had some a personal situation. So I'm available. I consider myself semi-retired.
Okay.
So I've always made myself available to these meetings because they're very important.
Good. Mr. Willard?
So I'm also retired, but I am not friendly with rocking chairs.
Okay.
So I keep myself very active with many of the other things I do. My record is clean in terms of attending meetings. I don't think I missed a meeting yet. Again, we meet once a month, but we also have committee meetings, and I'm on 2 committees. So I attend all the meetings unless I'm away with the Port Authority. Then I won't attend the meeting.
Oh,
but
well,
other than that, I've
you're
attended.
still working.
In 6 years, I've attended all the meetings.
Excellent. And I'm happy to hear all of you say that because it shows how serious you take this position on the board. A lot of people sometimes don't understand how important Port Authority is, because when it comes to our tourism product, you guys are literally at the front line, whether it's through the airports, the cruise lines, etc. But Ms. Smith, I know you have a long history with tourism. What do you think your history and your work has somehow aided you in what you have been able to bring to the board?
Okay, so I actually just started working with tourism under the Division of Festival. I haven't worked with tourism many years ago, but I've traveled extensively in that manner. But being on the board and as a Division of Festival, I don't think it correlates with the duties at Port Authority as on the festival side.
Well, I see a different vision, because when you're talking about us having events and activities and festivals and cruise ships coming in, I could easily see the partnership and really trying to showcase.
Yes, in that aspect, I agree.
I could see that.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree with you.
So don't let it go.
I agree with you. Because one of the things that we're looking forward to in this new P3 project is having a carnival museum.
Excellent.
So you're right.
I also I want to ask a question in regards to this P3 project. One of the things for me when it was originally presented to me, I was a supporter with the exception. I wanted to make sure that we had parity when it came to the both districts. And for me, that's very important. I might be elected out of the District of St. Thomas, St. John, but we represent the entire territory. So what I want for St. Thomas, St. John, I also want for St. Croix. So I want to make sure that while we're going through this process, because I heard Mr. John's response in regards to negotiations, et cetera, and that could be the potential outcome. But I distinctly remembered that was one of my sticking points of making sure that both of them were able to move forward. So is that still the case, or is that going to be a situation of a negotiated outcome?
There will be improvements on both airports.
Okay.
The degree and extent of the improvements is going to depend on negotiations, et cetera.
Okay. Understood. My last question, Madam Chair, may I ask the final question?
You may proceed to
'Cause I
wrap
think I
up.
heard time.
You did. You may proceed to wrap up.
Good. And this is the last thing I want to ask for all three of you. If you guys are able to be returned to the board, tell me, based on your experience over the last, you've been there 2 terms each, based on your experience, what do you see as the top priority for the Port Authority moving forward? And each one of you could share individually what your thoughts are on that.
Okay. For me, Senator, going forward, I would like to see the modernization of the airports. We have state-of-the-art airports to include jet bridges, handicap compliancy, luxury restaurants, lounges, and so forth. And also, I would like to see safety on all of the port properties. On the marine side, I would like to see more enhancement and repairs on those facilities. So those 2 will be my most important stuff right now on the board. Okay. But most of all, it will be safety for the traveling public and make sure all those facilities are up to par.
Mr. John?
I think as a board member, my interest and my focus is to assure that whatever I participate in, and our real function is really setting policy. Mm-hmm. We don't get into the day-to-day activities there, but we set policy. And whatever policy we set, I want to be assured that we're going to increase visitors in our seaports and our airports in a safe and efficient manner.
Excellent. Senator White?
Thank you. Senator, the thing that I look at is several things, but one, a continued great working relationship amongst the port and its body. Keep in mind that projects or things that happen at the port, at times there's instances where they were not suggested nor initiated by the port. Legislators, previous legislators had their own vision, and they have requested or asked for things to be done, for things to improve. So when I spoke of the monies that we receive from the body, remember, it's because of the body itself, in instances, asking, and rightfully so, for their constituency and for this community, for things to be improved. As a matter of fact, Senator Francis just spoke about the belt. Well, you had a belt that was running 100 miles per hour when there were 50 passengers coming through the airport. But now when you got 200 passengers, the belt working harder. And because the senator wants to see that improve, suggestion is made, rightfully so. And you as lawmakers shouldn't feel bad about that because it's your constituency you're working for. Additionally, what I would like to see, and the able chair in that nice purple, oh gosh, this lady is a model. the able chair led the discussion about semi-autonomous. Senator Francis, I read the newspaper of the daily circulations. And what I would like to see is the employees of the Port Authority, this is one of my agenda items, be compensated in a manner that is commensurate with their functions. That's a big word I use, commensurate. Pay them. Look at the paper of daily circulation and look at the commitment. Hold on. I'm glad you asked it. Winaya Charles and Officer Karima Libod.
Wenya.
Two, eh?
Wenya.
Winya.
Wenya.
Those are two individuals that work for the port that jump overboard. You know what jump overboard mean?
Yeah.
Man overboard. Jump in the St. Croix harbor to pull up to save a passenger from the cruise ship. And the Port Authority is going to make sure that that doesn't go unrecognized. But I'm saying too much time employees of the government of the Virgin Islands, and indeed in ministeriality, I'm not taking up your time and you get away, you tell me to say I hear you say your mouth too hot in you, but you got half now. So that is my thing, to get these employees up to a thing that we don't think they will get in too much.
Okay.
And they could never make too much, thanks.
Alrighty. Well, Madam Chair, I appreciate the additional time to allow the testifier to share his thoughts. And based on what they did say, I definitely do support each and every one of your nominations, and you will be getting affirmative vote from me because I think some of the information you have shared is definitely exceptional. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis Heiliger. My position is still up in the air. It depends on how you're answering. You're doing a really good job right now in answering the questions. And so I wanted to ask a question relative to the time. I know you mentioned time, and also Ms. Smith, you also mentioned that persons have a bit of an anxiety, I would say, to come before this body, but that hasn't been the issue in years. I think one of the issues have been, and that's what I've been hearing from persons who've been nominated and now serving, they're saying the per diem is too small. The amount of work that boards and commission must do is extensive, very complex, number of things that you have to read through, time. And so in saying that, and this question is to each of you, I know you have time. I know you have that level of knowledge. Your minds are still sharp. And I wanted to ask, who are you looking at to help succeed you as board members, to transfer that level of institutional knowledge? I know you've mentioned that you have sent some recommendations to the governor, but who are you looking at? Who can we say can succeed you? Because you have 3 vacancies on the board, and 1 from each island, 1 from St. Croix, 1 from St. Thomas, and 1 from St. John. Those are the 3.
It's 2.
It's just 2.
Well, based on the board meeting action list I got from the Port Authority, which was dated February 25th, it lists that a 7th is a St. Croix resident position that's unfilled.
It is unfilled, and that's the position that Leona has. She's not officially on the board now
Or she's not officially on the board.
because her time has lapsed.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, because now we're getting into it. That's why you're a very good chairman. You're getting some points there. Okay, so it's 2 positions that are vacant. Okay, good. So that clarifies it, but goes to my question. Who is the person that you would see to succeed you on the board, who you have that confidence you could prepare and be ready to catch that ball and hit the ground running.
Well, I am
Mr.
sure
Chairman?
that I'm sure that we all have people in mind. It wouldn't be proper for me to call names in this forum. However, we have people in mind. We pass that on to the governor because that's his duty, and he will decide who he wants and then submit.
Okay, and you have submitted sufficient persons that you believe can take the helm.
We've all made recommendations.
And there was also on the governor's website, they were looking for folks to serve on all these different boards and commissions.
Okay.
So it was out there.
And did any of those individuals indicate, Ms. Smith, you said that some of them are afraid. I don't believe in that. That word doesn't sit well with me.
Well, I shouldn't say afraid. They're uncomfortable.
They're uncomfortable. Yeah,
Maybe
but you're
that's a
just
better
having
word.
a conversation and just being taped live with I would say extended family members. But that's my opinion.
And like you said, some ain't willing to take that $75. They're looking for more.
Yeah,
The board, we
that-
only get $75. I mean, I
Exact-
don't get paid, but it's $75.
The $75 per diem.
Correct.
Senator White, you wanted to add something?
Yes, thank you. Madam Chair, I don't know if the legislature is taking a page from the port or the port taking a page from the legislature. When I came in here this morning and looked at the employees, I thought I was at Central High School or at Charlotte High School or Iderakan School.
Me too.
When I see the amount of young faces, the old has them move out like me. When I really thought I was in high school. And I want to commend you all because what you're doing, you're setting the stage for transition. And you don't always have to go to old broken down people like the chair. Not well like me. Find these young people and let them grow in it. And that's what you're doing. When I say you, I mean your institution. But guess what? And that's why I said I don't know if you following the port or we following you. You look at the port and you will see the young people, especially these young engineers that's coming in. Man, it makes me feel good. So I iron people to replace, but I don't want the same name them. That's it for me. I made 81 2 days ago. The people them tell me, man, stop lying. Senator Getton say, man, Celestino, you're always with that. You don't know 81. I made 81. I'm my knee hurting, but I'm going to continue to serve. But we have good young people that look like we're thing here in high school, and it's because of what each of you are doing. And that's exactly what we are doing at the port. Look, me needs over there. Down there.
Thank you. I really think that's a vital point that you're making, because we are not here forever, but I think and I see your willingness to serve. You have to be willing to do this work. Public service. There's nothing greater than being able to give back to your community with what they have provided you with, that time and that level of education and experience. It's rich here in the Virgin Islands, and that level of teamwork. So I really commend you, and I hope that we will see some of those vacancies and some of those names that you have submitted go through the vetting process with the Office of the Governor and come down to this body for further consideration, because they need to learn and be able to work and learn with you guys. Senator Milton Potter, Mr. President, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, and a special good afternoon to the nominees from the Virgin Islands Port Authority. I want to, for one, thank you for your willingness to serve. The one thing that I can say with confidence is the Port Authority is one of those semi-autonomous agencies that has garnered the reputation of being a productive agency, without question. The things that we are seeing being done in terms of projects, we are seeing them happening at the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Port Authority, as we know, is the major economic driver here in the territory, in control of the airports and the seaports. So I want to say kudos to you for your willingness to serve. Clearly, you're not doing it for the money. And I want to thank you for showing up and participating. Now, all three of you have completed two terms on this board. What would you say is the single most, just very briefly, the single most important decision that the board has made during your tenure? And in hindsight, what would you have done differently, if anything? So I'll start with Ms. Smith and ask her, what do you see, what's the single most important decision that you think the board has made during your tenure? And that would cover a 4 years span? Yeah.
I think the major decision,
6 year span.
the major decision is you say one, but the two big development that's it's on the horizon that is going to drive the economy, going to provide jobs for the people of the Virgin Islands, which is the P3 and the development of the Royal Caribbean, enhancements of the Crown Bay area. I think those are the two biggest ones for me. Could I have done something different? No, because once these the cruise line accept the private-public partnership in developing the Crown Bay area, the ships have to come.
Okay.
And more ships will come. And with that deal, they also had, in that deal, it also enhanced the downtown Frederiksted area, helped to repair some of those historical buildings in that area. So I don't think anything different could have been done on my side.
I'm going to stop you there and thank you, because I only have 1 minute left.
Okay, sorry.
But thank you. Chairman John.
I don't think there's one single biggest. I think they're all equally important. So I'll add a couple to that. I think, for example, we suspend fees when an airline decides to run a new route. Mm-hmm. So we suspend the landing fees, we suspend the parking fees and other fees for 1 year, that as an incentive to bring more flights in. Likewise with the cruise ships, particularly in St. Croix, for donkey years, we didn't charge any fees for the ships to come to St. Croix if they were coming to St. Thomas. That, again, was an incentive to bring them. Then in the last 5 years, we only charged like $5. Now we're up to $7 versus $16 in St. Thomas. So that's one way to bring more ships. And I think that was important.
Thank you. Madam Chair, if I may just wrap up.
Certainly.
Senator
You
White.
may proceed, Shirley.
Oh, you want it?
Yeah.
Of course.
Yes. Ditto to what Chairman John said, and member, well, you're not a member anymore right now. Ms. Smith said, my regret is, and I'm working on it, and it hot in my head. Senator, the people coming or wanted to come to these islands or leave these islands from the Caribbean people, we need to connect these islands. That's my biggest headache. Tourists is not only the person coming from Wisconsin and Minnesota. The people coming from St. Kitts, Antigua, Nevis, St. Lucia, they are tourists too.
Absolutely.
They spend money. And my biggest thing that I bust in my head with is how to get more airlift to the Caribbean island.
Excellent.
You try to get to these other islands and see what you got to go through to get there. You're spending over $2,000 just to connect. So that's my biggest thing.
I appreciate that, your comments. I wanted to ask just one final question. It seems like this P3 initiative has been in negotiation status forever. At least that's my feeling. I don't know if it's just my perception
Making progress.
or if this is reality. Can you give me an update as to where we are with regards to these negotiations? What sort of, is there a time certain that the negotiations will come to a close so that we, the people of the Virgin Islands, can see some tangible movement? We embraced P3. We embraced it wholeheartedly because of the things that will come with it, the improvements to our airports, both here and on St. Croix, the sky bridges, and all of these really beautiful things that our people are deserving of. But I just need some feedback from you as to, is there a time certain that we are going to see this matter finally come to conclusion?
End of the year.
We're expecting, and I guess you're talking about when it's time to see the change, the physical change. Well, we're expecting the negotiations and so forth to finish by the end of this year.
Or by the end of this year? So
but I'm not telling you that's a time certain. I'm saying we're expecting it to finish.
So this could potentially go on for another year, the end of this full year?
Yes.
Still negotiating?
It's
work in
not a
progress.
simple process.
Is there like sticking points that are, what's the biggest bone of
Well,
contention?
again, we're not involved in the day-to-day affairs. So I can't give you those details. I know they're negotiating, and we have to wait and see what the outcome is.
Okay.
Whatever that outcome is, they will bring it to us for approval, and then we will have a say.
Okay. I won't abuse my time. Thank you very much for your flexibility, Madam Chair.
And thank you so much, Mr. President, for that question, because that was really on my mind. I know in a previous senator's questioning, they did mention that. And so that's a question that we'll have to ask the executive director when he comes before the committee for their budget hearing.
Yes.
Because it cannot be that we have invested a lot of time, energy, and money into the 3P with the expectation that we're going to have a very up-to-date, modernized airport facilities, and we aren't seeing any shovel in the ground, anything movement. We've seen the movement with the parking lot that is named after Mr. Gregory, Dale Gregory. We've seen that movement, and that comes with, of course, government funding, and we also allotted some funding for that. So we've seen the reality of those things, but the reality of the modernization of our airports, given that we are having that expectation of a higher volume, a number of planes, passenger arrivals, and in anticipation of that is what we really need to see the reality of. The chair will now recognize Senator Avery L. Lewis. Mr. Secretary, you are recognized for your 4 minutes, and I'm having you just jump ahead of the vice chair, and I know you are ready and revving to go. Thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to the nominees, and to the listening and viewing audience. It's a pleasure to be here. You know, Ms. Smith, you said something earlier, and I do still hear it out there, that people are willing to serve on some of these boards, but, you know, they feel uncomfortable coming here, you know.
They do.
I think there's a past history, and there's no secret past history. People felt that coming here have been a challenge, and, you know, I mean, I too like the line of questioning, but I just want to show the community know. It's a new day. And it's new people in here, new. And a new composition, and, you know, it's comforting. So come in. We're going to ask the pertinent questions, because we have to make sure that you're suitable and ready and capable and able to serve on these boards that we vested the trust in you to perform duties and responsibilities. Mr. John, while I agree with you that, the board don't deal with the day-to-day operations, I know a lot of times that the board have the final say. And, Senator White, I agree with you wholeheartedly that we must look out for the employees. That's what make the engine run. The employees keep everything going every day. But on my side of the board over here, I look out for the people, the employees, and the entire Virgin Islands. So there's a few things I have to ask this morning, and I'll have to start with Ms. Smith. When I talk about the community, we had a vibrant and up-and-going Limburg Bay Park. What's the last thing you heard about it? Because
Which park, excuse me?
there's one right down here, the water park, and the one by the airport in St. Thomas, Sarah Lee King Airport,
Okay.
the water park, and the children playground. What's up with that? We plan to put a little interest in it. I think that's a good revenue generator, but most of all, it brought families together. And the Port Authority was doing that. Not just my family, but your family, and it brings everybody together. But I think we need to put some time and some funds into it. I don't know what we could spare and put into that, but I'm asking you, so anyone could give me an answer. And Ms. Smith, sorry.
I think they are waiting funding to my recollection, but I think it's in the process of getting up and running again. I could find out for you if I send a text fast and get the information.
Yeah,
Is that
while
okay?
you're sending that text, I know we had a sign that up that was not to your liking or my liking about our WNBA star, Ms. Aliyah Boston. We took it down for whatever reason the port had. But I think something of the sort need to be erected, because when I go to all over, I see every place recognize their own, so we need to recognize
1 minute.
our zone as well. And I talking about a real modernized sign and so forth. Yes, money is a problem, but sometimes we have to bite the bullet and recognize our own. Mr. John, negotiations. So we have 3 negotiators here in front of us. Final negotiators. What are we going to expect in Crown Bay? That's still in negotiations?
Yes, it is. It is in negotiations. We know what we want, but when it comes to reality, we have to see where we're at. And yes, we're still in negotiations. We have to sign a lease. They're going to come up with a plan, with an architectural plan of everything they're going to put in there.
Because the last time when you were here, and you was, not you, but the ED was here and so forth, I was putting in some pitch for the people at the Virgin. I said, let me tell you, we need some place. We don't want it that, I welcome Royal Caribbean, I welcome the guests. But our residents are supposed to be able to, enjoy the facility as well. Start off what you think.
Let me answer that quickly.
Yes.
What we did say is whatever you do there have to be open to our residents here on the island.
Thank you. That's a breath of fresh air to hear that.
Yes, for sure.
Because, at times we want to have a little wedding or two, a little something. And that modernized facility down there will be welcoming, We have some local vendors we know have to be out. I would like to see them back too.
Quickly on the water park, they're having some issues with the saltwater pumps and the seawater level. So they're trying to correct those things, and it'll be open. And certainly it will be open by the time school is out.
And then moving forward, let's put some other amenities in there. Let's add some other features to it. Get our children out, get them exercising.
Yes.
And doing some different things. But just getting back to the Crown Bay, like I was telling you, we're going to display some local vendors. That's actually in Crown Bay. And I'm in the area, Crown Bay itself.
Yes.
Are we willing to bring them back when we establish, or there's a space for the locals to be back in there?
Okay, so in the surrounding areas, there are people doing businesses there. We have spoken with them. We have made arrangements to move them to an adequate and in some cases better location and environment, and they've agreed.
But in your center itself, there's some local vendors. I don't want to call no name because I don't want nobody say leaving out anybody or naming anyone.
They're included in the plan. They will not be left out.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to make sure that we look out for the people
Yes, certainly.
of the Virgin Islands. And lastly, before I close, Madam Chair, I'd also say this. What's the next big thing coming from the port?
From the port.
Yeah, beside the P3. I know about that.
So the cultural center in St. John, because you're aware we have grown out the area for the carnival activities. So one of the areas we actually started a conceptual drawing on the cultural center that's going to be over at the Enhai Pond. So that will be able to provide for like weddings, other concerts, but primarily the carnival. They'll have an exercise area and stuff like that. So that'll be one of the big project on St. John. Like I said, we already started the conceptual drawing with monies from the legislature, which we don't have anymore of that funding, but that is one of the big projects that we are pushing for in St. John.
Okay. And the restroom completely finished now?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator Lewis, for those questions. I do have a question to ask relative to what is happening with the Adelita Cancrine site. I know that we gave, and the Port Authority has access to the former Adelita Cancrine site. And the tropical shipping is supposed to be taking it over, making it a massive transshipment area. All I see down there is the containers and a big, can't see through the covering that they have on the fence. So if you could let us know what is happening with the former Adelita Cancrine site.
Yes. Thank you, Senator Celestino White. As I indicated in my testimony, one of the major projects that is now being followed is the dredging. That is the dredging over for Waiko to bring in the larger ships and over at Yacht Haven area. Currently, what is happening there, that area is being prepared for the soil, okay? In other words, we have to find some place that you're going to put all this stuff, that you take it out from the harbor. And Adelita Cancrine proper has been tagged for that. That does not take away from what is already in progress for the tropical shipping. I spoke about a $21 million grant. I spoke about that. Crowley and tropical shipping to and other entities to utilize that spot for the purpose of moving cargo through these islands. But for right now, the soil has been tapped to go to that location.
I saw within your testimony the $21.9 million. But I wanted to get from you what is the total cost of that whole demolition. I clearly saw in your testimony, Senator White, that you say key dates for that is for the remediation is January 16th, 2026, and you're looking, the demolition is supposed to be from February 7th.
Demolition has started.
Yeah, the demolition have started and it will be completed in late September. But how much is tropical shipping side? Because we see that we are getting $21.9 million from the U.S. Maritime Administration, and that's tropical shipping, and Crowley applied for that. But how much is your side for this demolition? Because is there a match with that grant? How much is it? Where are we looking, and the source of funding for that match?
So I think the
And
match.
you should, and I should have said this. Hold one moment. Please say your name before you speak. And I apologize for not saying it earlier, so that
Yes.
our stenographer, I know she's doing a great job. She's looking up occasionally, could follow.
Willard John, Chair. I think the match is going to be was provided by Crowley and Tropical, basically Tropical. So they're putting up the match, which I think is 10%, but don't hold me to that figure. So that enables the project to happen without us putting out money ourselves. Now, what will happen is we'll negotiate with them later on with their rental fees and so forth for them to get that money back.
Okay, that is very important, because we want to know.
Yes.
Just saying, because I mentioned about that whole issue with semi-autonomous, and
Yes.
you're supposed to be able to be operating without the legislature's
Yes.
input. At this time, I want to be sure to recognize non-committee member Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Thank you, Senator Blyden, for being here. Senator Avery Lewis, you are recognized for your point of information.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. White, Honorable White, you just talked about putting the spoils there at the Adelita Cancrine. The one thing I want to make sure that we also be cautious about, that that's a residential area as well, business residential area. In case that come with any orders or anything, that we put the proper things in place to make sure we keep down that order and so forth in that area. Because, residents will start kicking up. The fight so long, and I'm so glad that the Waste Management Authority is moving forward to put their new, the bin site. Not they don't call it bin site, the convenience center. Thank you. The convenience center there. So when we put the spoils there, let's make sure we can control that order as best as possible to avoid any problems in that area.
Very well. Well taken, Senator.
Thank you.
Willard John, let me just respond quickly. The demolition of the school is $2.5 million, and it has nothing to do with tropical shipping. Nothing at all to do with that project. This is separate and distinct. And also, when they bring the aggregate from the dredging, they're going to separate it. They're going to look at what can be used again and sold, and what has to be discarded. So that will be separated as well.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure,
Yes.
if while the separation and then going on, we have what spoils, what's good, what's bad,
Yes.
That the residents don't be impacted and so forth. As minimal as possible.
And the container port is a $22 million project that Tropical helped us with.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for answering those questions. The chair will now recognize Senator Marvin A. Blyden for your 4 minutes. Kindly proceed, Senator Blyden, for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues, listening, viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good afternoon, board chair. And board members, Senator White, Ms. Smith,
Good afternoon.
and board chair John, and thank you for your testimonies. There is no question about your qualifications. And first of all, I want to commend you for actually being willing to serve for another term. I know all 3 of your terms have expired twice. And I just find it hard to believe personally that no one is applying to be on a board, such an important board, whereas we know the role that the authority plays in our territory. And I just find it hard to believe that no one is willing to serve. I'm pretty disappointed in that, if that's a fact. But nonetheless, I know the board have made some excellent decisions in respect to the parking facilities, P3s, etc. But let me ask a question in respect to the board. In terms of our bonding capacity, because I love P3s, it actually assists in many ways, but at the same time, I also like to see a balance in terms of, because when it comes to P3s, yes, we have a public-private partnership, but when it comes to our bonding capacity and making other deals, we have total control, whereas in terms of when it comes to employees, etc., we have more control in that aspect. What's our bonding capacity? Do we know at the port?
I can't tell you right offhand.
But we do have bonding capacity
Yes, we do.
available, correct?
Yes, we do.
Okay, very well. And I know I heard one of my colleagues spoke to employees, etc., and looking out for them also, and I know the board have done that. But let me ask in respect to a situation that I have actually wrote a letter to the director on the island of St. Croix at the pier, and in respect to federal waivers, etc., I know based on my research, it is allowable under circumstances, especially when a period where the locals want to, with fisheries and swimming, etc., doing non-ship days, not doing when the ship is there. And I'm just asking in respect to that situation on the pier in St. Croix, at the board, what do you see in terms of local access? Because access is critical to me. That's my thing, access. What would you say in respect to the board position when it comes to access to certain areas in the territory, especially at our ports?
I think one of the challenges, and I do understand because I've spent a lot of time there personally over the years, one of the issues is liability. And that's something we have to look carefully at. And as a board member, I'm going to sit with the executive director, and we're going to discuss how that can happen and if it can happen. I would like it to happen, but I don't want us to put the board in jeopardy in the process. So we're going to have to look at that very carefully.
That's all I'm asking for.
Yeah. And since 9/11, things have changed in ports, as you know.
Definitely.
So we have to look at the federal requirements and the liability and then make a decision.
Very well. And before my time is up, let me ask all three nominees in respect to the port and your vision. Where do you see the port going? What direction in terms of the type of investment and expansions moving forward? Besides what we are doing right now with the investment we're making right now in that space. Let me start with Senator White. Start over. Let me start with you.
Thank you. I hope there's space left. There's only so much land mass, so much space, and when we get out of these, I'm talking about here on St. Thomas. If you want to move and to expand, you do that on St. Croix. St. Croix, there's no end to them.
Correct.
That's what land space. But after you run out, there's no more. I don't know what else is left. After we finish with these two large projects on St. Thomas.
Very well. And we also talking about the seaport too, so I'm talking about both.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair Bond.
Willard John, in St. Croix, as far as the seaport is concerned, we don't have a lot. We don't own any property outside the gate. So anything outside there is other departments, so that's a limitation. Now, the airport is a different story. Across the street from the airport, between the racetrack and Enfield Green, we have close to 400 acres of property, and that's available for development.
Ms. Smith?
In St. John, it is very limited for space, for sure. I don't know what's going to happen in the future if both WICO and Port Authority merge. Maybe there'll be more space somewhere else to develop on.
Okay, very well. In closing, I do like what's happening in Red Hook also. I think about the excellent investment and an excellent partnership, and I look forward to the port continue to make progress forward. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for your responses, and thank you for your service. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Blyden, for those probing questions. I wanted to ask you, before I go to the vice chair of this committee, Senator Kenneth Gittins. Miss Smith, you mentioned the Enide Pond Community Park, and this body had appropriated some monies to the Port Authority for the construction, to expand it and everything. And you haven't received that money, and you haven't received any of the money based on Act number 8473.
We have received some of the money for the conceptual drawings. So that's where the money went. But the other funding, I think, from the Sutherland Trust.
From Act 8920.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. So you receive all for the 8473.
Correct.
But the
other trust.
amount for 80 that we appropriated via Act 8920, that's where you haven't received any of that funding.
Correct, Senator.
Okay, that's very troubling. We are seeing that some of the, in some instances, some of the monies that the legislature has appropriated from the settlement has actually not been received by the entities that we appropriated the monies to. So I know that tomorrow there is a committee on budget appropriations and finance. I'm hopeful that persons invited from the governor's financial team will be able to talk about that. At this time, I will recognize Vice Chair of the committee, Senator Gittins. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all. I, too, want to thank you all for your willingness to continue to serve and for serving. I want the three of you to know that I have the utmost respect and admiration for the three of you. But as I sit here today and listen to everything, I am not convinced. I'm truly not convinced. And I don't understand why at least two of three of you will sit there today to brag about the P3 project when you don't even have the information to give to us on the status of their plans. This 3P to me turned into a 1P because it's only about the private. I'm not seeing anything from the public concerns to any partnership. Truth be told, we need to tell the people of the Virgin Islands what's taking place with this P3. I am a representative of the people of the Virgin Islands, but hail from the district of St. Croix. And what I am hearing unofficially about this P3 project is not comforting to me, especially with regards to the St. Croix airport. How often as board members do you all visit the Henry Rolson Airport? The same potholes stay there. I wring my foot in a pothole one day there. The same pothole, I came back to the airport to see somebody else rolling the roll-on luggage going across. The same pothole, the wheel broke off right in the same pothole. Today, the pothole is still there. The good finance chair spoke to the belt at the airport and the need for a parking garage. I concur with those sentiments. I too been asking about a parking garage for Christiansted downtown for the people of the St. Croix district. But the response from the chairman, the good chairman, made me feel like our tourism product isn't worth the investment.
1 minute.
The good Celestino White just sit there and brag about $80,000 to $90,000
per month coming in from the parking garage here. We're talking one port, one VI. So why we can't get nothing to replace the belt on St. Croix? As I sit here, I'm telling you, I'm truly not convinced. I am not moved one bit. I guess the action word here today is, or term, is exceptional service. But you know where I'm seeing the exceptional service, or where I saw the exceptional service? In that of the same two people that the good Celestino White just mentioned. That of Wayne Charles, the chief, how you say, Waffinger. The chief Waffinger person for the Port Authority.
Time.
And police officer Karima Libert. That's where I see exceptional service. And at the appropriate time, they will be recognized, because I've submitted those documents as well. What I agree with you with, and time has been called, so I'm going to ask you for a little leniency, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
What I agree with you with, my good former chief, majority leader, the man with the master's degree.
In common sense.
What I agree with you with is that young people need to take over. My regret is that I didn't get a chance to call you on the side and just say, man, listen, I really love you. You know I love you. Because when you were in that hospital, I call you bawling like a child because of how I care about you. But I wanted to call you and just ask you respectfully at this time, man, you gave us like 50 plus years.
45.
Of 45? No, man, it's more than 45. Count your military time, everything. You gave us service. But I'm just saying, at some point, I wanted you to just bow out and retire gracefully.
I hope you don't talk to Colette, you know.
Gracefully. I haven't spoken to her.
Oh.
And
I know you did.
she might be upset with me after today, but she'll still be my sister.
I know you talked to her.
Because my name is not Celestino, but my vote today is going to be no. I really am not moved. I asked specifically to my good friend, Ms. Smith, and to my good friend, Mr. John, about initiatives for St. Croix, especially with the airlifts and whatnot. Even if the planes connect St. Croix and St. Thomas, you don't have to have a direct flight coming into St. Croix, but have some connection, a connecting flight, something. St. Croix appears to be getting nothing. I am also looking at reputational risk on the board. I mean, there's so much for me to go through. Public trust, transparency and ethics, the governance standards and your fiduciary duties and responsibilities. I don't have the time to go through it right now. But these things are in jeopardy. And I am not willing to go forward with it. Lastly, they spoke about the, while you talk about young people needing to take over, that's part of, I believe, why Title III, Section 65AC speaks to the not to exceed the 2 terms, to allow others to get in and look at it from a fresh eye. And here it is. We're saying to the people of the Virgin Islands that there's no one else that's even interested in being on our Port Authority board. I find that hard to believe. At the appropriate time, Madam Chair, I will vote my conscience, because as always, I want to sleep well at night. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Gittins. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to put on the record that I am not in support of some of what was shared here earlier. I cannot put at the doorstep policymakers and try to make them responsible for a belt. All the employees, all the individuals that are across the board that diligently work for Port Authority, I think the accountability should fall, whether it's their supervisors, the directors, the people that are directly in charge, to make sure that our port runs very well on a day-to-day basis. So, you know, I cannot put that on the people that are on the board here today, because I understand if you're going to be bringing policy, I understand if you're going to be making decisions overall. That's almost as if though how we function here when the governor wants to blame the legislature for things that directly does not have anything to do with us per se. While I do support his concern for several things and we need to fix them, I wouldn't say that they're not doing a good enough job. And, you know, if that's the case, why senators keep running for public office? My argument is senators have the opportunity to keep running for office. So if you think that they're not worthy, then stop running for office. Thank you.
One moment. So I don't want it to be a back and forth in this committee meeting. And I respect both of you. And I read out, it says, you know, basically that in Title 3, Virgin Islands Code 65A-C, that the terms except upon finding by the legislature that the person has given exceptional service on such board. We have the right here. If a senator has their position, I respect their position. I respect their position and their thoughts, because each one of us have our own perspective. It's not clearly stated in law what exceptional service means. Okay, so I believe and I trust each person here to have that level of discernment when they could see things moving to there, and they have their own gauges, and I lean on that and I respect that. Okay, we all could respectfully disagree, and that's one thing that I really appreciate about human beings, that ability to respectfully disagree. Now, I will have my 4 minutes. I was interjecting here and there. Now, I wanted to go back.
Madam Chair. Yes.
Oh, you wanted to say something?
No respond to the senator statement. I have a response.
You have a response?
Yes.
Okay, you may proceed, Senator White.
Very well. Senator longevity has its place. Whether it's on the board, whether it's in the legislature, or wherever, it seems as if though what you're saying is because the board of the Port Authority speaks to you the truth, that the P3 situation is currently in negotiation. And because it's in negotiation, not with us, the board, because the board, the negotiators, that includes members of the Port Authority, at some point, it's going to come back to the board with what has been negotiated. And then we will decide, just like you would decide on us, whether we object or affirm. But we're not going to do it based on we vex because you did not tell us today. We don't know. We the board members are not involved in that negotiation. At some point, the learned individuals who are on the board, members of this community that works at the port, who has the greatest respect for every member here, is asking them to be able to wrap up the negotiation or continue, because the port field, they're not at a place right now to pull the trigger. And I shouldn't say pull the trigger because too much crime happening in this place. But we are saying to you, Senator, rest assured that the mandate that you will give us by holding your nose and voting for us today, you will hear from us as soon as our able negotiators come back and say to us, boom, pull the cotton candy, we ready to go. Until then, Senator, we're sorry, we are not involved in the negotiation as a board because we makes the final determination. I regret that we can't tell you. I wish that I could.
And Senator, also we signed that disclosure agreement. Non-disclosure agreement.
What is common? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay,
And
thank
Senator.
you. And, you know, that's what I mentioned, that this is a new paradigm. This is something that has never been done in the life of the Port Authority, has not been done even in the life of any semi-autonomous board, except, I'm going to let you know, except the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. When I was a consultant there, they had a private-public partnership with a development entity. Okay, and it took some time, and that was a new thing that they were broaching to do mixed income, mixed finance developments. This was at the turn of this century, and it took some time, and it went in a different way, but they were able to still salvage and get things accomplished. That's what you're seeing, because what is happening, and it's been happening for a long time here, the monies that would normally come to different government entities through federal funding, and we're seeing it, is being reduced. They're going other places, to the Department of Defense, other places. So you have to come up with different strategies to still meet the needs. And as those funding get reduced, you have to come up with different strategies, and that takes a lot of negotiations with the public-private partnerships. Senator Gittins, you are recognized for your point of information.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. One man, one vote in here. All of us have our opinions, and I stand by mine. Now, to sit here again, I mean, I'm sad that all that was taken away is that I'm concentrating on only the P3. It's not only the P3, but something else that you just stated that concerns me now, and that's why I say it seems like a 1P project, and that's the private project. We sign a non-disclosure document with them. That makes it the 1P, because where's the interest for the public? Where's the partnership that cannot be disclosed? We have Port Authority employees rightfully concerned about their status and asking us. We can't answer. But I don't want you all to sit there and concentrate on just the 3P. It's about all the other problems that's taking place, even and specifically in the island district of St. Croix. And it ain't just the belt either. Those are just some things that were mentioned. I know the function of a board, but the board is supposed to be the boss too of the executive director. But I'm gonna be frank. I'm seeing a lot of boards where, and I'm seeing a lot of boards where the executive director seems to have the control of the board as well. We gotta call a spade, and I'm gonna do that today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Senator Gittins. The chair will now take her 4 minutes. Ms. Smith, I just wanted to tell you, I did see where the legislature actually appropriated the monies, and that was $10 million for the construction of the cultural center, $10 million. And you're representing in your testimony, you haven't received one dime.
Correct. The only monies we receive is that $400,000.
Okay, so that's something we have to follow up with. Now, I wanted to ask you, and my questions are going to be succinct because I've been trying to ask questions as we go along, and each one of you is just one major question. Hearing what has been discussed today in your nomination proceedings, what is actually, let me just say, before I go to that, because I had a note here, totally forgot about it. There is a franchise agreement that was in place with our taxi drivers. I didn't see anything mentioned in your testimonies. I may have skipped it. Franchise agreement, especially for CEKA, the Serial E. King Airport. And where are we with that franchise agreement? Is that something still being talked about or discussed, or is it part of what you're looking at and inclusive of the negotiations with the 3P?
It would be inclusive in the negotiations of the P3.
The P3.
We wouldn't initiate any new agreements until we see where we're going with the P3.
Okay, so everybody is in limbo, but they're still...
But they're not in limbo because we will continue what they would be doing on a month-to-month basis if their contract is up until a new one comes.
Okay, so they are a little in limbo, but you continue still on a month-to-month basis with them. All right, so that was my major question, especially for them. And the same wouldn't apply for Red Hook with their agreement there for East End Taxi. They are fine.
Yes.
Okay, good. I have to look out for my brothers and sisters in the taxi industry, because that's one of the remaining industry that locals still are able to say is their own. I wanted to now, the big question, now that you've heard everything that was discussed here, tell us kindly, what are some of the takeaway, the big items you think that we as a legislator can do besides giving funding, do to support the Port Authority? Any legislations or policy you think that we need to look at? I know one of my colleagues mentioned the issue with fishing, access to the ports, Crown Bay. I used to go line fishing there with some young people. We can't have access there anymore. But one of the things that I believe we can do is perhaps look at legislation. What legislation do you think that would help the Port Authority?
Celestino White. Senator, some points were raised here by several senators, to include Senator Gittins, Senator Avery, Lois raised it, Senator Joseph. Well, you all raised the water park, for instance, because you talk about issues like I'm done. Not only P3 or P1 or 1P or IP we should talk about. We want to partner with you also. Do you know that I said before, A lot of the things that occurred at the Port Authority was initiatives suggested by this body that we move forward on.
Time.
So when I commend you on the monies that you have sent, I commend you because you partnered with us, or we partnered with you. And when Senator Lewis spoke about the water park, he's on target. I have great grandchildren now, you know, and they don't hang out down there, but they're seeing the same old shookness with you. You're right. It's the same thing that Mr. John, when he was young, he used to play and coming on a slider. There must be different things put in there. So it will take better thinking than, than us to say what you're going to put in there. It can't be the same slider and a swinger. So you're absolutely right. So that's the partnership. That's what I see. I see you saying, Celestino, Mr. John, Ms. Smith, you all don't have a monopoly on thinking. You all don't have a monopoly on brain. Here is what we suggested. Stop looking at one person or this other person to come with the ideas. Look the young people there. The phone. What you have? What a phone name?
iPhone.
You have an iPhone, what, 4? 4.
16.
I bet that lady there in your office about 17. So time move on. And this is what we're looking for us to collaborate with each other. And the ideas that you all have, if you're afraid to say it on the air, call me and let me move those initiatives, because I pushing for the one that Mr. Avery Joseph said, and he's absolutely...
Lewis.
What?
Lewis.
I just said that to see if you all listening. Senator Avery Lewis. And you're all right. There's a lot of good brain here. Some of us older than others, but longevity have its place. That's what I have. Don't kick me out before I got done 81. I'm ready to go. But who were the people who are replacing? And that's what we're fighting for, to replace Celestino. As a matter of fact, I tell the governor, I didn't want to go back on. Not because I'm tired or limping, because I get my exercise. I is a juvenile man. The first one in the parade coming up the road we go. That's me. I still have things to give. Don't show me to the curve, man. Lord of mercy. Thank me for the 45, no?
You were the airport.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other... Mr. John,
Willard John, no, I don't have more to add. I just want to reiterate what he says. We don't have a monopoly on ideas. We are open. We are open to any suggestions from lawmakers, from your staff, and from the community. So feel free to communicate with us, set up any meetings. We will come, we will listen, and we will do all we can to implement ideas that's going to benefit the people of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you. Ms. Smith?
I concur with both board members. Whatever recommendation and suggestion this body have, we are pleased to sit down and listen, and once it's feasible for all and the people of the Virgin Islands, we'll move forward.
Thank you so much. I know we have a point of information from Senator Blyden. You're recognized, and then Senator Clifford Joseph Sr. will recognize your point of information. Senator Blyden, you may proceed.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. As a result of your line of questioning, I have a recommendation for the board, especially Senator White. I know what you guys did and how hard you work in respect to the taxi drivers and having access and having a franchise agreement at the airport, because we have many self-employed individuals who depend on that income. And I know that negotiation is going to go until about December, but I just want to recommend and hope that before it's ratified, we protect those individuals, especially in that space, that they still have the same access and they can grow the business and feed the families, because I know right now with Uber and everything else, you understand, this is unique, this is different, and we must protect and look out for our local drivers. That's my recommendation. Please, before it's ratified, make sure we look out and protect those individuals based on what have been done in the past and we continue to do moving forward. Thank you so much.
I think we all on the board have that same concern.
I want to respond to it, though. Thank you. She's okay?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Senator, you're absolutely right. Senator Marvin Blyden. The last item, the last piece of legislation that I maneuvered through this body before I left in 2013 was through legislation to mandate that the existing taxi franchise that existed at the time that I was leaving the legislature at the airport, at Crown Bay, and at Red Hook be extended and in place for 5 years. Last item. So you are absolutely right. You know how I was with, and still is with taxi man. So if you come before me, shut out. I'm looking for the people that currently exist and doing the operation at those facilities. Each one of you could count on that. Whether it's here, or it was St. Croix too.
Yes.
With St. Croix franchise too. They were included. 6 or 1/2 dozen the next. You know what I mean. The what?
Limousine?
No, I didn't do not with limousine. With taxi on all 3 islands, I gave them by legislation. And that's what you're talking about, brother. I mean, sorry, Senator. And you're right. And once it come to me, you can't compromise with me and that, brother. I mean, I keep calling you brother.
Okay.
Okay? And the reason I call you brother, you look a little handsome like me. Thank you.
Okay, before we go to Senator Joseph, I'm going to take a 2-minute break to allow the testifiers to stand up and do whatever other business because they've been here for a while. The committee stand in recess for 2 minutes. And we are back on the record. Before we took a break, we had a point of information from Senator Clifford Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like for the community to hear out clear that the governor, I'm urging the governor to take some time out and make sure that he send down some individual, just like the one and only Celestino White said, some younger individual to come down to push forward, because it's 3 years they're serving. So in 3 years, I can't see that in term, they serve a 3-year term. Right. So I want to make sure that in that 3-year term that he had time to really collectively start to reach out for individual for these boards. So one question for the board before I go real quick is, if this P3 don't work out, any other plan? Because I asked the ED the same question, and
we must always consider a plan B. That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Joseph Sr. I hear a motion from Senator Avery Lewis. You're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that the governor's nominee for Willard John for the governor.
Go ahead.
For the governing board of the VA Port Authority be voted upon favorably in this committee, Rules and Judiciary, and sent to the full body for further vetting. Yeah, be voted upon favorably in this committee, Rules and Judiciary, and sent to the full body for further vetting and consideration. I so move.
Second.
1 moment. Kindly withdraw your motion and indicate with a favorable consideration.
I said that.
He said,
With a favorable recommendation.
Madam Chair, I withdraw the motion to restate the motion.
Very good.
Thank you. I move that the governor's nominee, Mr. Willard John, for the governing board of the VA Port Authority be voted upon favorably in this committee, Rules and Judiciary, and be sent to the full body for further vetting and consideration. I so move.
We are going to take a 1-minute break. And we are back on the record. Before we came off of the record, Senator Avery Lewis had a motion. So Senator Lewis, I recognize you for that motion.
Okay, Madam Chair, based on legal counsel, the motion was read improperly, so I withdrew the motion to restate a new motion.
Go forward with the motion now.
Thank you. I move that the governor's nominee, Mr. Willard John, for the governing board of the Port Authority be voted upon favorably in this committee, Rules and Judiciary, and sent to the full body favorably for further vetting and consideration. I so move.
Second. Objection.
The motion has been properly moved by Senator Avery Lewis, seconded by Senator Milton E. Potter, as well as Alma Francis Heiliger, objected to by Senator Kenneth Gittins. Roll call on the nomination of Mr. Willard John to the governor's nominee for the governing board of the Virgin Islands Port Authority. District of St. Croix.
Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr. Senator Bocas Jr. absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. No. Senator Gittins, nay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr. not voting. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 4 yays, 1 nay, 1 absent, and 1 not voting.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. The nomination, Mr. Willard John. Nomination to vote on Mr. Willard John to be favorably voted upon in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary has passed and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration and vetting with a favorable recommendation. Senator Avery Lewis, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I move that the governor's nominee, Ms. Leona Smith, for the governing board of the VA Port Authority of St. Thomas and St. John District be voted upon favorably in this committee, Rules and Judiciary, and sent to the full body with a favorable recommendation for further vetting and consideration. I so move.
Second. Objection.
The motion to favorably vote on the governor's nominee of Ms. Leona Smith to the governing board of the Virgin Islands Port Authority from St. John has been properly moved by Senator Avery Lewis, seconded by Senators Milton Potter and Alma Francis Heiliger, and objected to by Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Roll call on the nomination of Ms. Leona Smith to the governing board of the Virgin Islands Port Authority from St. John.
Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr. Senator Bocas Jr. absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. No. Senator Gittins, nay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr. not voting. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Yes. Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 4 yays, 1 nay, 1 absent, and 1 not voting.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. The nomination to the governor's nominee, Ms. Leona Smith from the island of St. John to the governing board of the Virgin Islands Port Authority has been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body with a favorable recommendation for further consideration and vetting. Do I hear a motion? Motion, Senator Avery Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that the governor's nominee, the Honorable Celestino White, Senior. The Honorable Celestino White, Senior, for the position of the governing board of the very Port Authority, be voted upon favorably in this committee, Rules and Judiciary, and sent to the full body with a favorable recommendation for further vetting and consideration. I so move.
Objection.
The governor's nominee, the Honorable Celestino White Sr. from St. Thomas, to the governing board of the Virgin Islands Port Authority has been properly moved by Senator Avery Lewis, seconded by Senators Milton Potter and Alma Francis Heiliger, and objected to by Senator Kenneth Gittins. Roll call on the nomination of the Honorable Celestino White Sr. to the governing board of the Port Authority.
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr., Senator Bolkes Jr., absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Gittins, nay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., not voting. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Yes.
Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 4 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent, and 1 not voting.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. The motion has been favorably approved. The nomination of the Honorable Celestino White Sr., governor's nominee to the governing board of the Virgin Islands Port Authority, has been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body with a favorable recommendation for further consideration and vetting. At this time, we want to allow the 3 nominees to present a 30-second closing remarks. We will begin with you, Mr. Willard John. Kindly proceed.
Thank you very much for your favorable consideration for those of you who voted in the affirmative. I pledge to you that I will continue my mission to make sure that the Port Authority serves all the people of the Virgin Islands in a positive and productive way.
Thank you so much. Ms. Leona Smith.
I want to thank you, Madam Chair, and the other senators, and I'm looking forward to a favorable consideration to the Port Authority Board. And again, I think I did my best serving. I'll continue to serve the people of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you so much, Ms. Smith. The Honorable Celestino White Sr., you're recognized.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the body and the Virgin Islands community, I'm here this morning not to beg for a vote. I'm here this morning to continue my life of public service. And to that end, I thank all of you for your query of us. But I know the politics. Come, what it is, whenever I meet in full session, Senator Gettin just want to see me sweat, you know. He want to see Celestino sweat and put pressure on us. Don't let him see you sweat. But when you see that vote come in, he will be right there. But we have to sweat first, okay? So let me start sweating. I'm sweating all now. Thank you.
Thank you. I really want to commend all 3 of you. All 3 of you for your service, because you could have decided to just stay into retirement or whatever, but you are here, you are doing the work, and I really want to commend you for saying yes to the governor and not being afraid. I just going to urge you to continue to press on and move on so that we can move our islands forward. Thank you so much, and you are released from your presentation before the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for today. The committee will stand in recess for 3 minutes. And we are back on the record. At this time, I am going to recognize a young lady from Ivana Udorakan High School. She is my intern, and she's joining us this afternoon, and she's a student at Udorakan High School, and we'll just ask you to introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Delia Pamphile, and I'm currently a 12th grade student at the Ivana Udorakan High School. I'm actively involved in the Future Business Leaders of America, where I serve as the historian, National Honor Society, and the Rotary Interact Club. I plan to attend Howard University as a marketing major. My career goals is to become a business teacher and a marketing analyst, and I hope to impact my community and beyond.
Well done, Ms. Pamphile, and we are looking so forward to your continued learning. The best branch of government to teach young people is definitely the first branch, and every year the business department from Ivana Udorakan High School assure that they send some fine, well-mannered young people who are open to learn to our institution, and we just say, yes, bring them. We are going to train them. Thank you so much, Ms. Pamphile. And with that saying, kindly read into the record block 2 of today's agenda.
Block 2, Mr. Joseph Donahoo, Governor's nominee to the Virgin Islands Board of Contractor, Trades and Craft. This is the end of the reading of Block 2.
Thank you so much, Ms. Pamphile, for the reading. And we have in the well, Mr. Donahoo, Mr. Joseph Donahoo. Good morning. Good afternoon, Mr. Donahoo.
Good afternoon.
You've been here all day practically, and we really want to thank you for that. As a process for the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, any nominees, we swear you in. So I'll kindly ask that you stand and raise your right hand and answer at the end, I do or I do not. Do you solemnly affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to the best of your knowledge and belief? You do. Thank you so much, Mr. Donahoo, and please be seated. Kindly go forward with reading your submitted testimony into the record.
Thank you. Again, my name is Joseph Donahoo. Good morning, good afternoon, Senator Carla Joseph, Chairwoman of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for the 36th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands. Members of the committee, thank you guys. Legislative staff, ladies and gentlemen in the chambers and the viewing and listening audience. My name is Joseph Todd Donahoo, Governor's nominee to the Virgin Islands Board of Contractors, Trades and Crafts for this St. Croix District. Before I go into the heart of my testimony, I would like to thank the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and the Honorable Lieutenant Governor Chardiganza Roach for this opportunity and their support, as well as the committee for considering me for my nomination today. It is a profound honor and an opportunity to give back to the community that has shaped the man I have become. I do not take this nomination lightly. I understand both the responsibility and the privilege that comes with serving on this board. To provide some background, I came to St. Croix at 14 years old, shortly after Hurricane Hugo, to help my father carry the workload he was under and to support my mother and my 5 sisters. I still remember arriving and crying because of the conditions so many of us were living in. Homes were destroyed, families were in tents. We stood in line at the water trucks with 5-gallon buckets just to get cooking water and drinking water. Those experiences shaped me. They gave me not only a love for the trades, but a deep understanding of how essential they are and how important strong codes and standards are to protect our people. I did not attend school during my 8th grade year. I worked instead. Later, I returned to private school and went straight into 9th grade. Every summer after that, I worked for my father, a master plumber, saving money for the upcoming school year. By my senior year of high school, I was called into an office by a counselor, a teacher, and a vice principal. They told me that because I had been working in the trade since I was 14, I would likely make more money than my friends immediately after graduation, but that once they finished college, they would surpass me, and I would regret not going. What they did not know was that my family needed me. I chose the trades not because I lacked options, but because I had a purpose. Another influence on my decision was my father's partner, Joseph Sibley, a man I respected deeply. His father, a successful lawyer, told him that he would not pay for college until he first learned a trade. During the Great Depression, that same father could not survive as a lawyer, so he became an electrician to support his family. Joe earned his plumbing license, later went to college, became a history teacher, and eventually returned to plumbing full-time. That lesson stayed with me. A trade is security, a trade is independence, and a trade is resilience. If we build strong trade programs here in the Virgin Islands, we give young people, especially those who may not see themselves as college material, a path to dignity, stability, and global opportunity. A skilled tradesman can go anywhere in the world and earn a living. Regarding licensing, I believe we have a strong system in place. When I pursued my master plumbing license, I took the exam 3 times. The first time I failed the written portion. The second time I failed the practical. The third time I passed both. The feeling of earning that license remains one of the proudest moments of my life. The test is hard, and it should be. When the Virgin Islands issues a license, it should represent excellence. In Texas, for example, the failure rate is nearly 78%. A rigorous standard is not a weakness, it's a strength. However, I would like to see us improve preparation, trade schools and structured test programs, similar to what many states use, could better equip apprentices and create a pathway for those currently working unlicensed to become legitimate professionals. Accountability is another critical issue. License holders who sign permits must stand behind their work and the work that's done under their credentials. If we strengthen accountability, we will protect the public and uphold the integrity of the trades. We are entering a season of unprecedented federal investment. The Virgin Islands have extraordinary tradesmen ready to build our future, but bonding remains a significant barrier for local contractors. I've operated business here for 26 years and completed major projects including Carden Beach, the Ritz-Carlton rebuild, the West End restoration, and the Hampton. Yet when I pursued a federal bond, I was required to secure it with my personal home. In many states, bonding capacities grow with performance, not just asset value. Here our system limits local companies and creates disadvantages that often force partnership that dilute local ownership. I would like to work collaboratively to explore solutions that allow local contractors to compete fairly without having to sell what they have worked so hard and decades to build. Additionally, many local contractors struggle with federal paperwork, contracts, and compliance requirements. I have seen good men, skilled, hardworking, reputable, take on federal work and suffer financially because they were unprepared for the administrative burden. I would advocate for educational clinics and coordinated efforts to equip our contractors with the tools they need to succeed. If we are not proactive, we risk damaging the very trade community we depend on to rebuild and grow. In closing, this is my home. My wife and I have 5 children and our 4 grandchildren, all rooted here. Our entire family works within our businesses. We are deeply invested, not just financially, but generationally. With licenses across multiple trades and decades of hands-on experience, I believe I bring a unique perspective and practical understanding that can serve this board and this community well. I stand ready to serve not only for today, but for the future of our islands. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm available to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Donahoo, for your testimony. Before I recognize Senator Clifford Joseph for his 4 minutes, we're going to have one round of 4 minutes. And if we need another, have lightning questions, that will be allowed. Mr. Donahoo, you have lived in the Virgin Islands for a number of years.
Yes, ma'am.
You have been serving with your business and doing a lot of work here, you and your family business. What do you see that is a critical missing component to attract our younger generation into learning and being enthusiastic about the trades? Because you said something very critical in your testimony. Once you learn a trade, you could work anywhere in the world, anywhere. What do you see as a mechanism that we can utilize to attract younger folks, young people into the trades?
Well, for one, I think we as a community, not here, but across all of the United States, as well as here, we need to start...
Speak into the mic so we can hear you clearly.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry. I think we as a community need to start holding the trades with respect. And there are a lot of amazing young men and women that would do great things in the trades, and they feel like they have to go to college to get a degree, and they get a degree and they end up in the trades. I believe in the trades. It's been very well for my family. I have my 2 daughters have college degrees and they're in the trades. And so I just feel like we need to start letting kids know that how amazing it is to have a skill in the trade and how it can take you a long ways.
Thank you. How much can a tradesman with a license earn, say in your category, plumbing? What's the going rate of salary, pay of salary for that?
So our top plumbers are about $150 a year.
No, say it again. You must say it again.
Our top.
I say 150 what? $150 a year? I don't think so.
$150,000 a year.
There we go.
You know, you start out about 20. I have a gentleman in the back that's from here. When he heard me speak at a Rotary Club, and he asked to come work for me. I've been so impressed with that young man. I'm not sure what he makes now, but I think it's like $35 an hour now. And he's been with me for 2.5 years. And so I will tell you something. I go to continue education in the States for plumbing, and they tell me there's more millionaire plumbers than millionaire lawyers.
And I believe you. I know that is a demand-driven industry, and we're in need of a lot more tradesmen. Senator Clifford Joseph Sr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Joseph.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm Joseph too. I did plumbing in high school, and I will always encourage most young individuals, whatever trade they do pick up, try and at least complete it. I'm going to give you a little bit of my experience in my 2 minutes because I don't have much for you anyway. I'm in support of you. I was the best in the class at the time. Came St. Thomas to compete, everything else like that. Finished high school, started in my house in 92. And had to go to the number 2 guys who went forward. I decided in high school to go ahead and work for Chart House, a restaurant, so I could get out of school early and I didn't stay back. But again, all these trades are the way to go. I mean, it had an era when everybody was encouraging you to go ahead and get a degree. Hey, a degree is for a certain amount of folks. Some folks got degrees, can't pay for them, and can't get a job.
Yes, sir.
So at least within the trade, you didn't have to spend money for some folks. You could walk on the job and learn, and then you could go back to school if you want to be the master, whatever. But still, the jobs are set up where you could still take care of a family without going off to school. And that's very important, even in these times, because now more ever than before, now tradesman is making all the money. So I'd like for you to explain to the listening audience, you said the first time you feel the written portion, the second time you feel the practical portion, how you felt in between there.
Oh, I mean, every time you fail, you feel like a failure, but you just have to have that drive to keep going. And so the first time, if you don't pass your written, then you don't get to go to the
Practical.
second phase.
Okay, good.
And then so the first time I didn't pass. So then the second time I passed that written, and I felt, you're like, oh, I've got this whooped. And then you go and do the practical, and honestly, I forgot about the cistern. So I ran the sewer right through the cistern, which is an automatic failure, So
Okay, but I'm just saying.
the pressure, that's why I'm just being honest, that's why it happened. So thankfully that was not someone's real house, because that would have been a bad thing. But no, and then so after that, I'm like, and then that third time past both, go ahead, sorry, sir.
You're good. The before my time ran out, but bonding remains a significant barrier for the local contractors, and it is right now, for sure. So any ideas of any help to pass on to us or anybody else that could help this situation, if it's the banking, insurance, or where can we balance out to try and help locals? Because the more local contractors we could get good amount of work to, is the more money will stay in our economy.
Exactly. Yeah, so the biggest problem that we have is in the Virgin Islands.
1 minute.
We very rarely have to pull bonds. So when we did the West End, we didn't have to pull bonds. So all the private sector work, I've never had to pull a bond. I've only had to pull a bond one time in my life down here, and that was for a small federal project. So what happens with bonding is they originally take whatever your assets are, and they'll give you a percentage of bonding based on those assets. And then every year after you complete a job, and every year that you pull a bond, so you have to consecutively pull bonds, consecutively do this, you automatically get your bond raised by the bonding company. So where it's not fair is we've in the Virgin Islands, where this is our home, where our companies are, we've never had a consistent bond pulling, which makes it extremely hard for us to be able to get a bond big enough to do some of this federal work that's coming.
Well, I thank you for taking on the nominee, for being the nominee to become part of the VI Board of Contractors. That's very important. We need good folks on there. And I know your company's steady working and complete
Yes, sir.
jobs. 'Cause that's what's important here, completing the job.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your response.
Thank you.
And thank you so much, Senator Joseph, for those probing questions. This time, the chair will recognize Senator Novell Francis Jr. for your 4 minutes. Kindly proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, and thank you. Todd.
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't know about Joseph. I know you by Todd.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you for your willingness to serve on this very important board, and thank you for being a good corporate citizen in the Virgin Islands. Truly, I know of a lot of the philanthropic work that you do here, and we truly appreciate you giving back to this community, and it has not gone unnoticed to us as well. So thank you very much for that. So you gave a little bit of Hurricane Hugo reflections, and that's always a shock for me. I was a police officer during that time and got stuck in a house trying to rescue some individuals. So those stories about Hurricane Hugo always is a shocker for me. But you made two very important points, and I too, even though I was college bound, I took electronics in high school. I did 3 years of electronics so that I could have a trade there. But more importantly is that between me and YouTube, I believe I could fix everything.
Right.
So a lot of times, when I got a little work to do, and thank God you're able to help yourself. Because if you have to pay contractors for every work that needs to be done around your home, and a home is always a lifetime of responsibility, it's so important for individuals to learn a trade regardless of whether or not they want to make that a career, but at least they know how to be able to fix something in their home at some point. So I certainly appreciate the advocacy to be able to be trade up. So your contractor's license, I do have legislation in place where we want to start to phase in the contractor's license. I think it's a heavy lift at one go around. I mean, most people have some difficulties in being able to pass it on one go around. And what we're hoping to do in the discussion I've had with the LCA and the administration is to kind of phase it into the process. So you take, one phase at a time, then work towards the other phase, so that eventually you'll be able to complete your contractor's license. What do you think about that?
I think that's a great idea. So I can speak on the plumbing trade license, what the state of Texas did, which they have a tradesman license. So if you come to work for me for 2 years and get your hours, you can sit that test and be a tradesman. Then that license allows you to go and work on residential. And then they go to a journeyman's license after 4 years. And then after that, after you have that, you wait another year and then you get your master's.
Okay.
I think that's the way to go.
Okay, very well. So I'll reach out and pick your brain a little bit about that as well. In terms of the bonding challenge, and that's something that the body has really contemplated over the years. How do we support our local contractors to be able to get bonding so that they could be a little bit competitive in this market? We've seen where a lot of the federal funding that's coming into the communities is being taken abroad. We lose that money, we bleed the money out of here. So we want to make sure that our local contractors do have a seat at the table. So any ideas that you may have there, we have had discussion of perhaps utilizing our insurance guarantee fund as a funding source to at least be able to support our contractors in being able to have some bonding, create a co-op bonding, and they could be a little bit more competitive in that field. So again, any ideas that you may have in that area where we could support our local contractors is very important for us to be able, as a body, to be able to support our local contractors.
Yeah, I think that's so important. And if you can get that legislation passed, that would be amazing because we have so many good tradesmen here that are just so talented, but without the ability to bond, they're not getting a shot at these jobs. And I don't think that's fair at all.
Okay. And I'll just like you to wrap up in the rest of the seconds that I may have left to just really encourage our young people. I mean, Legit TV is one of the most watched TV. If you could just talk to our young people in regards to, being able to trade up so that they could be able to have an opportunity and a seat at the table for all of the funding that's going through this territory at this time.
Yeah, this is what's coming to the territory is like nothing we've ever seen. And if you're a young woman or a young man and you want to work hard, you can learn a trade without having to pay for it. Meaning in college, you pay and you get a bunch of student debt when you're done to say you have a license. If you wanted to be a plumber or a mechanical contractor, you work for 4 years for plumbing, 4 years straight with plumbing with the hours. So that's like you're going to college for 4 years. And then when you're completed with that, you either can stay with that company and you can sit the test, or you can stay with that, not stay with that company, sit the test and get your master's plumbing license. And then after that, you can get your contractor's license and you can do the very same thing that I've been able to do. So it's to me, the trades are the best way to be able to, if you don't come from money, if you want to make something of yourself, I'm a big fan for the trades.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Donahue, for those responses. And thank you, Senator Francis Jr., for that line of questioning. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good day to my colleagues. Good day to the people of the territory. Good day to the testifier nominee, as well as those in the chamber. My first question I want to ask, in this territory, we know when it comes to trade, there's a lot of mixed messages. 1 minute, we're pushing trade schools. Next minute, it's not enough. We have testifiers come in. We need to do something more elaborate, something more in-depth and meaningful, while some feel it's enough. What do you think that we need to do as a territory to seriously start looking at the value of having a trade? Now, I support that 100% because when I was in high school, I followed the business track. So I was trained in high school while some of my classmates did electrical, some did plumbing. I went on Some did hotel. I chose the computer track. And because I was able to learn that trade, when my mother died a year after I graduated from high school, I was able to use that trade I learned to go out into the workforce to support myself. Wow. And a lot of people don't realize how valuable that was for me, because I might not have been able to do so if I didn't do that in high school. So when you spoke about all the things you did in the summer with your family, I said, look at that. He was being grounded and he was learning. And for me, what do you think as a territory that we could do much better in making sure that trade is actually at the top of the hierarchy, to make sure, like, I'm not saying some people might want to go to college, but I'm saying, what's wrong with doing both? What's wrong with just doing one? It doesn't matter. Right. The point is, I came from a trade household. My father learned barbering. We lived very well off of that trade. You understand what I'm saying? Ma'am. So tell me your thoughts.
You know, I can just, if I put myself back to when I was in high school, and those teachers set me down, it made me feel like I was going to be less than for wanting to go into the trades. And if I didn't have such an obligation to my father and my mother, I probably would have took the advice and went to college. But I'm glad I didn't, looking back. And I think if the only thing I will always talk the trades up, because I don't feel like they get talked up enough.
Exactly.
I think the trades are they are the one thing that I know you will be able to go anywhere in the world and get a job.
Exactly.
And if the banking system, everything fails, you have something to barter with. I'll go fix your toilet, you do this. So that's why I love the trades.
Okay. So the other question I wanted to ask about, what is to be on this board, what does it actually mean to you with all of your trade, everything you've learned? What does it mean to you to actually be there? And what do you potentially see would be your greatest asset bringing to the board?
You know, so for me, I would like to get I will feel like I've done a good job if I can get a lot of the local people here, a lot of us here that have working without license, to get them to feel like they have the confidence to go to do a class at night or something, to be able to become legit and be their own licensed tradesman. I think that's my biggest goal, is that we have like a huge workforce of licensed people. And also, if we can help to protect the public better by making the ones that do have license stand behind the permits that they sign.
Time.
Madam Chair, may I wrap up?
You may proceed.
Thank you. I'm going to tell you something on the low. I actually am one of those people that wanted to take the contractor test. And I'm going to tell you why. I got really interested in it when I was, our law allows us to, if private citizens, to build out, be your own contractor on projects. And I dove into that, and one of my buildings, I was the contractor on it. Wow. And I just followed the code. I did everything. I hired a great foreman. I hired a great architect. And with those tools, I put up a whole building.
Yeah.
And I was so fascinated by how I was able to get it accomplished. I was like, I want to take my contractor's test. But when I saw the books, I was like, oh no. I don't think I could do it.
Yeah.
But I do encourage you to really encourage others, because I think it's, across the board, trade should be at the top, because no matter what, I am a product of a dad that raised an entire family off of a trade. Mm-hmm. Okay? So I know how important it is. So I definitely support you. I listened to several things that you had to say earlier, so I'm looking forward to you doing great things on the board.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis Heiliger, for your probing questions. I do want to interject and just piggyback on a question that I asked about young people. Now I'm going to go to a bigger question, which the previous speaker helped to really remind me about women in the construction field. You mentioned in your comments that you have children who have attained a college degree and they're female and they work now in the construction field and they have trades. What was, besides being a family owned and run business, what was a catalyst for that? What was a motivating factor for them to take up a tool and to learn the trades? And which trade which trade are they competent in and they're specializing in?
So my wife and my second daughter I would say they're probably more skilled in plumbing because they were out there working late at night helping me get work done. And so my wife has moved on from working with me in the plumbing field, but my daughter is actually my personal assistant, and she will get in there and get, even though she has these fancy degrees, I don't even know what they're called, but she still works with her dad, and it just, so my father had 5 daughters and 1 son, and he had me working in the construction field, but he didn't let his daughters. And his youngest daughter was really gifted in it, and so she beat me up a lot about that I was able to do it and she didn't. So I wanted my daughters to have that ability to feel free to work in that field.
That's very good. And they should have more females in the construction field. I know only about 4 women who are in the construction field. At this time, the chair will recognize Senate President Milton Potter for your 4 minutes. Kindly proceed.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, and a special good afternoon to you, Mr. Donahoo. Thank you very much for agreeing to serve in this very important role. You know, my biggest regret, I have 2 big regrets. One is that I didn't learn a foreign language, particularly Spanish, when I had a chance to do so. And the second is that I did not learn a trade in high school. I mean, I'm paying the price for that now as a homeowner for many, many years. Every time something breaks, I have to call in a plumber, and you call in an electrician. You know, it's not an option. You know, it's something that you have to do. You have to have working plumbing. So I appreciate you. I appreciate the work that the trades do in our community. But I wanted to ask you one question. You said that license holders who sign permits must stand behind work done under their credentials.
Yes, sir.
Right? Are you aware of cases where permitting arrangements, permit signing arrangements have been abused in the territory? And what enforcement mechanisms would you propose?
So to answer your first question, yes, sir. I see it all the time. So once you worked hard and got your license, and now you're a license holder, you're the one that signs the permit, and so you can sign a permit for somebody else, and they can pay you a certain amount of money. The biggest problem I have with that is that once you do that, the person that got the permit signed for them don't know what they're doing, and I see a lot of bad work because of that. And so I would like to find, if you're a license holder, like you could have 2 companies or however you want to do that, where you can sign for those companies, and then for all the rest you can't do. There has to be some kind of standard to where if you sign this is on you. And so I have a lot of ideas. I would have to take it up with the rest of the board and fight through it, but it's something I've seen my whole life here.
Okay, I appreciate your response. Now, as a new member of the board, if based on your years of experience, in your view and based on your experience, one decision should be made, and the board makes a counter or contrary decision that based on your experience, this is the direction that the board should should be leaning to or should have leaned to. How would you handle those types of challenges, or how would you handle those types of challenges on the board?
1 minute.
Well, to be honest, I'm pretty good at arguing, so I will argue my point, and then at the end I'll have to respect whatever the vote is. But I will. I'm pretty feisty.
Okay, you're persuasive. You advocate for pathways, and I can support it. You advocate for pathways to bring unlicensed workers into the system, right? And some critics might argue that formalizing pathways for workers already operating illegally rewards non-compliance. How do you respond, or how would you respond to that concern?
Yeah, so for example, just it doesn't mean it's going to be an easy road for them.
Right.
They still have to eventually pass the test. What I'm saying is there's enough guys that are out there working that would like to have their license. I think it would be great if we could give prep classes before they go into, because I know several of them took the test once and they failed, and they're like, I'm not doing this. I don't need to do it. But, just helping them with the prep and going over the codes, how to read the charts, all of those things is I don't want to just say, okay, you win, you get, but
Right.
Hey, here's how you're going to be able to become legit.
I appreciate that. And finally, what is the single most urgent problem facing the trades community in the Virgin Islands?
The bidding process with all this federal work, for me, the amount of paperwork that it's going to take, the way that to be honest with you, we have the really big companies coming in that eat subs up. That's how they make their living. And we have not had to deal with that. In the Virgin Islands, you shake someone's hand and they see you struggling, they're going to come help you. That's not what we have now with all the big companies that are coming in. I see the paperwork, how to bid, not your price. I don't care what your price is, but how to be able to put, when you're doing your bid, how to specify what your price is so they can't come. An example, I had a friend that bid on the plumbing drawings. And then there was a whole lot of extra plumbing on the ID drawings, but because they bid the plans, instead of bidding for our company, we put every sheet we bid on. And so if they come back with, oh, well, the ID drawings have these, and we're like, look, this is what our bid said. This is what just simple things like that we never really had to be taught before. But if we don't do it, I believe it's going to hurt a lot of us that are in the trades down there.
So is that something that you can prioritize and impact in your first year, you think? Is that something?
I would love to help every tradesman here and I don't know it all. And so we'll get a lot of good people in there, but if we can come as a community and how can we protect each other? I'm not going to tell you what to price it. You do that, but I'm going to tell you what to look out for and how the amount of paperwork that you have to have now. Our company's doing Arthur Richards right now, the plumbing and mechanical. The amount of paperwork that is involved in that is 2 people full-time job, and most contractors don't think about all that stuff, all the administrative stuff. And so yes, I want to make sure that we have a trades program after all this work is done.
Excellent. I won't abuse my time anymore. Thank you very much, Mr. Donahue, for your willingness to serve. At the appropriate time, I plan to vote favorably for your nomination.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Senator Potter, for those probing questions and your responses. I think, Mr. Donahue, you are demonstrating your passion for the trades, and all of the members, at least I can only speak for myself. I really appreciate that and respect that. The chair will now recognize Mr. Secretary, Senator Avery Lewis, for your 4 minutes. Kindly proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and then good afternoon. Colleagues, good afternoon. Mr. Donahoo?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Great. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Before I begin, I just want to say this as an educator. I just have to say this. While we push for trades, let's make sure we say that there's a balance. Not because you have a trade, that don't mean you can't go to college. So if you have the opportunity, take that course. because you still need the business aspect of it, the business side of it. So, getting associates or some degree in it, some certificate or something, it could go hand in hand. So I don't want them to think that they just stop after you become the master plumber, the master electrician or whatever,
No, absolutely.
A little college could go hand in hand too, so I have to advocate for both. Well, I hear you with schooling for everybody, but school is for all of us. And we're going to make the best of it. Right? Question. Given you operate a business in a territory, how will you manage potential conflicts of interest involving competitors, partners, or projects connected to your company that may come before the board?
Well, honestly, I feel like if I see there's a conflict of interest, I'll have to just step back on the decisions of that.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, but tell me what you think you may have to say from the onset.
If somebody that worked for me that's going for his plumbing license and I don't particularly like the guy, I'll have to step back and just say, I'm out of this. I can't see right now anything else. But if you can tell me something, I'll tell you the truth.
Good. But whether you like them or you don't like them, I mean, if it's a conflict, you'll say you have to recuse yourself.
Yes. Yes.
All right, great. We talk a lot about the trades here today and so forth, and the craft and everything. And one of the biggest things is that a lot of the shop classes in school have been closed down for more than one different reasons. Probably we don't have the resources, we just can't find people, the human resources to teach these courses. In your line of business, I'm just asking you, I heard you talk about a success story, one of your young men that came to work for you. How often do you encounter those type of individuals that want to work, or you do some drafting, or you do some recruiting? Yeah. Recruiting is what I want.
Yes, so recruiting, like we recruit, anywhere I'm asked to speak at for any of the young kids that are looking at what they're going to do after high school, I'll go and talk. I think for me personally, whether you're good at school, I do agree. I couldn't be where I am without my CFO, who is like the one that does all the business side of things. And then and you're constantly learning. But in saying that, if even the young men that are in high school that can't get to that trade, if they just start working, they decide which trade they want and they just start at the ground up, they will learn. And to ask as many questions as they can to the person that they're working that's above them, and that's the best advice I can give to them.
Thank you. You familiar with the Virgin Islands Billing Code? Mm-hmm. Great. And the permitting regulations and the disciplinary procedures and more or less, right?
Fairly familiar with them, yes, sir.
Great. Have you applied all those standards in your own private practice?
I would say I've never signed someone else's permit. And I've done, just to my knowledge, I've done everything to those standards, yes.
Good.
Time.
Madam Chair, I think that exhausts all the questions from me. I'll be good today.
You good?
I good.
Okay, good. All right. Thank you so much, Senator Lewis, for your line of questioning, and of course your responses, Mr. Donahoo. The chair will recognize Senator Francis for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask you real quickly, do you allow for any apprenticeship program within OTL? Do you have any other schools, any students, or anyone that is interested in moving on and doing plumbing as a career? Are you willing to serve, allow them to serve as an apprentice within your?
Yes, absolutely.
Do you currently do it, or that's something you're open to?
I had to talk to CFO. Yes, we do.
Thank you so much for your response. The chair would now recognize Senator Marvin Blyden for your 4 minutes. Kindly proceed, Senator Blyden.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon, Mr. Donahoo, and thank you so much for your testimony and your willingness to serve. I like your mindset. I like what I'm hearing thus far, and your story is similar to mine. I always want to be a businessman from the time I know myself. I had 3 business from the time I was in junior high school. So I went to business school. And when I came back home, the first thing I wanted was a house. I bought a piece of land, take that land, leverage it, bought a property, take the property and fix it, and fix 2 more property after that myself. And trades are very important. As my colleagues say, yes, education is important, but it's not for everyone. Let me ask you though, as far as the board and being on a board, I had a summit. I chair housing, transportation, and telecommunication. I had a innovative housing construction summit because construction is changing, and especially here in the territory, must be innovative and creative with building, because most of our people cannot afford a home here. Period. And as you know, as a contractor, you're getting murdered. So, what do you feel about innovative materials? For instance, you know, we have a lot of different materials that actually we don't use on a regular basis. We're trying to start doing that now. But as a board chair, how would you approach new building materials coming to the territory and assuring that it meets, of course, DPR does their part with the testing and it meets standards, but from your perspective and contractors who we don't understand and know how that material is being used, what will you do to contribute toward that space moving forward? Because we ain't got no choice right about now. That's where we're going. Let's speak a little bit about that.
Yeah,
please.
so I go to I at least try to go once or twice a year to the big trade shows to see all the new stuff that's coming out. And I get super excited about all the new stuff. The problem that I found for here is we live in the middle of the ocean. And so it's kind of a dilemma that I'm just talking about the electrical, plumbing, mechanical for right now, is being able to make sure that you can get it, so if I go and plumb your whole house with let's say the new PEX or whatever, and something happens, you can't get it, you got to fly it in. But as far as the construction side, is like the materials we're using, I think we have to find a way to get the cost down. And so the only thing that I've noticed is the salt air. I really would want to make sure that it's good for salt air, and I'd be all about it.
That it meets the standards. Okay, let me ask you, because you're mostly in the plumbing field, etc. And I know with the plumbing materials these days, no one glues them, you just snap them in. Everything is snapped in right now, and it's much easier and quicker. Correct? Because I know, as you say, you go to the trade shows, etc. Let me ask you that you talk about the federal projects, and that's my concern also with the federal projects and the big companies swallowing everything up. And most of the local contractors, in terms of bonding that my colleague spoke to, and we have many individuals who are skilled workers. They can see a roof and do all the measurements from the floor without even going up there. They've been doing it like for years. They know what they're doing. Plumbers, electrical, mason, what have you. And they don't have a chance to get piece of the pie. They don't have the capacity.
Time.
And you talked about being trained, we talk about apprenticeship. As a board member, what will you advocate in terms of what can be done for those individuals? You spoke about journeyman, etc. I know in the States, after 2 years, you can get a journeyman license, and they are actually a big part of what's going on in the States when it comes to them moving so fast and having so much building because their journeyman can do certain things. What would you do in terms of being part of the board to assist and help us get to the point whereas most of the skilled workers who don't want to take that test with his book so thick to be at GCC, but can contribute and make a little change at the same time? What will you do to assist in accomplishing that goal? Because that's what I want to see.
Right. I think we need to work as a group to have, let's say, a trade worker. Trade worker can get it in 2 years, a journeyman 4. A trade worker can't pull the permit, but they can come and they can rough in the house all by themselves, right? So if you want to start doing commercial work like these schools, hospitals, all this stuff, that you'd have to be a journeyman to be able to run a bunch of guys. But all of these different ways help you to, one, as a young man growing up, you've got little goals that you're reaching. And before you know it, you can get to your big goal. And the big thing is as far as you can do it in class A, Class B, Class C type licenses to be able to allow people to do what they need to do.
I like that. I like that part right there. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you for your responses.
Thank you so much, Senator Blyden, for your line of questioning and your responses as well, Mr. Donahoo. At this time, the chair will recognize the Vice Chair, Kenneth Gittins, for his 4 minutes. Kindly proceed, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all. Thank you, Mr. Donahoo.
Who?
I got that right?
Yes, sir.
For your willingness to serve in the capacity in which you were nominated for. While I wasn't physically in the chambers while you delivered your testimony, I was able to read it and listen to you from in my office. I do agree that all our children should have an opportunity to learn a trade. And as I was joking with my colleague, the good educator, it's not everyone that goes to college. So it's always good to have a trade. I mean, I sit here myself, and oftentimes I said, man, I wish I had a trade to do something else. I can't do plumbing. I can't do electricity. I can't do construction, nothing. So everything that I need done, guess what I got to do?
You have to
pay for it. All right? So hats off to you guys. But what do you believe is the best way for our young people to learn these important skills? What can the government best do to assist, in your opinion?
If you want my honest opinion, if we start making the trade sound really appetizing to the young kids again, I think that's the biggest way we could help. Instead of it being a less than job, it being an equal job.
So how do you make it more appetizing?
You have to tell the stats. Hey, there's more millionaire plumbers than there's millionaire lawyers. You got to let kids know that it's okay to work with your hands. It's okay to get dirty. It's okay to sweat, and honestly, I feel if we do that, I also feel like if we can get the trades programs working again, where we have the classes where we can teach them, and with all the work that's coming, if we can maybe find a way to get to where we can allow 16-year-old apprentices to come onto these jobs, and that the insurance companies won't have a fit. That's what keeps me from hiring a lot of young men.
So I like what I've been hearing from you. So I'm going to speak. I don't want you to get nervous based on the previous vote. All right. So I'm gonna speak in the positive, giving you the benefit of the doubt and an opportunity, right? So I'll say when confirmed rather than if confirmed. How would you balance maintaining the rigorous licensing standards while also creating a realistic pathway for experienced but unlicensed tradesmen to become properly credentialed?
Yeah, I think there's a grace period. We need to give a grace period, and in that grace period, you're actually working on going to the class to get you where you can understand the charts, to be able to size your pipe right. I mean, I'm just talking, I could go into mechanical as well and then construction, but regardless,
I probably wouldn't understand what you
yeah. Anyway, if we need to give a grace period for all these guys that are wanting to actually become legit, and give them a grace period in time of being able to get them trained. Honestly, those tests are so hard to take that if you don't go to you can go to like a 2-day class that kind of goes over this. And if you are a skilled tradesman that maybe reading and all of that isn't the easiest for you, just being able to see what you think's going to be on the test and like questions that will get you used to what I think that's our best way of getting more people to be able to pass the test is by having a system that can help them get ready.
If I may conclude, Madam Chair.
You may proceed to wrap up, Senator.
So, so the testing that you're talking about will be a nationally recognized test, correct?
Yes, sir. There's several companies that do it all over the U.S. that come in and depending if you're uniform or depending which code that we're under, you could get those guys to come in and do it because the tests aren't that.
And I ask you that because from the time I was in the police department, my good former commissioner and I used to talk about this all the time about the government actually helping the young men and women out there that's selling items on the side of the road. It's not everybody that's going to go in to get a whole business license. And then when you don't have a central place for someone to go to do this licensing process, so for instance, for a regular business license, you got to go to the police department, to DLCA, then to fire, then to some other building all over the island. My thing is that those young men and women on the side of the road, even if they don't go to get a full business license, somebody needs to hold their hand and walk them through the process of, if you're selling items for people to consume, that you should at least have a health certificate. Help them with that. If they want to sell in a particular area, give them a placement permit to be in the area. And as policemen, we would prefer to know that they're actually selling coconut, selling sugar cane, selling whatever in an area where we know where they're at. They're not out there robbing and stealing.
Yes, sir.
So we have to be able to help our people to get to the point where we need them to be. So that's why I asked you about the pathways for helping experienced but unlicensed tradesmen.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you for your responses. At the appropriate time, I'm willing to give you that shot, and especially to help our young people and get them more involved, and don't be a Kenny Gittins and don't have a trade that you can fall back on. The only thing I can do is cook. So at least I can
trade.
eat. Thank you, but it don't make as much money.
No, it doesn't make as much money.
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues.
Thank you so much, Senator Gittins. I'm happy to hear that you are willing to vote in the affirmative for Mr. Donahoo. This is Mr. Donahoo, first time in the chambers, first time for any board. And I want to commend you, first of all, for saying yes and putting your hat out there and this limb because you're passionate about this board and about the trades. And I also want to commend the governor for saying yes to you and sending it down, your nomination down. We had a really robust conversation when we met, and I tried my best to prepare you for this arena so that you are able to do well. Because for me, I had just a few questions, and some of my colleagues have already answered those questions relative to the bonding, relative to building interest for our young people and women in the trades and how we're looking at the trades. And having spent so many years from the time you were 14 to your early 50s or mid 50s, I'm aging you, you are very committed to the point where you've had your children also be a part of the trade. I don't think you could say more than how passionate if you are having your children. And if we could look, we see a number of young people, diverse group, women, men, younger, older, who are behind of you, who are your family, who work with you, who know of your commitment to the trade. So I really want to commend you, and you are correct. You could go anywhere in the world and work. I have a brother, he's a plumber too. And I used to call him to fix things in the house, and he would fix it, but while he's fixing it, he would teach me and say, this is how you fix this, Carla, and get this issue. So you don't have to call me back, because really he didn't want to come and fix it. That's why he was doing it. He don't want to come back anymore to fix it. So he taught me how to fix certain things with plumbing, minor little things like the flap in my toilet bowl. If I have a clog and the plunger isn't working, I got to get the snake. Yeah. And so I had to invest in these things. Yes, because he did not want to come back and fix any of my plumbing or any leaking. He would tell me what tape to put on, and he said, Carla, you have to get, it's a male and female, and you fix it like this. He didn't want to. So I learned from him, my elder brother, not my eldest, how to do just minor plumbing. I'm not the pro, but just to be able to fix things, because when he's ready to say, I can't come, I'm doing something else, you need to fix it yourself, because I already teach you how to do it. So I want to ask a question, and my question is relative to Title 27, Chapter 10, subsection 33, 333A, 9 through 10. These are very critical for our people, especially when we have incidents where we have licensed contractors take advantage of people, builders, women, men who are building any type of structure. And so that the listening and viewing audience knows specifically what I'm talking about is the powers and the duties of the board. Should you be favorably voted upon in this committee, will have a certain great powers. It's a good power to investigate acts of negligence, wrongdoing, and official complaints filed through the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, and establish and set the rate basis for contractor fees, and finally, award compensatory damages where a complainant has proved his case against a contractor. The department has indicated that there is, especially since the storms and people are recovering, there are a number of contractors who have been taking advantage of our people who work and spend their hard-earned money to build, to improve where they live, and they come as bad actors. How do you see that you will be functioning and able to carry out this duty of the board?
Well, this is actually a passion of mine, because although I care about the trades, I care about our public as well, like my daughters and Marilla. It's extremely important that if you're going to represent yourself as somebody, you are that. And then if you're going to take advantage of that person, there needs to be repercussions. And so this is one area that I will kind of be really mean on, because I really feel like there are a lot of times where the public does get taken advantage of.
Yes, and that's one of the things that we want to be able to do, is to assure that there is a level of disciplinary for bad actors, that they're not going and continue to doing it. The lack of enforcement in our community is a major issue. The lack of being able to hold human beings accountable when they don't do what they're supposed to do, and they continue to do it unchecked without any repercussions, is unacceptable. So I'm glad to hear that you're going to be mean. You could be mean.
I will.
You can be mean, especially and discipline, because that's when you're demonstrating the tough love. You have to. We are brothers keepers, and we should be able to hold each other accountable once they have proved where they are. And it shouldn't be any mean. I don't think they should feel any way, because you are looking out for their best benefit. So, colleagues, do we have any other pressing questions? Hearing none. Motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Avery Lewis, you're recognized for your motion. I presume it's a motion. You said thank you, Madam Chair.
I said motion.
Oh, I surely didn't hear you.
Motion.
There we go. Say it strong and loud.
Thank you. Well, sir. No, nada. I move that the governor's nominee, Mr. Joseph Donahoo, for the Virgin Islands Board of Contractor Trades and Crafts, be voted upon favorably in this committee, Rules and Judiciary, and sent to the full body with a favorable recommendation for further vetting and consideration. I so move.
Second.
The motion to favorably vote on Mr. Joseph Todd Donahue nomination to the Virgin Islands Board of Contractors, Trades, and Craft have been properly moved by Senator Avery Lewis and seconded by Senators Milton Potter, Joseph Sr., and Francis Heiliger. Roll call on the nomination of Mr. Joseph Donahue from the St. Croix District for the Virgin Islands Board of Contractor Trades and Crafts.
Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr., Senator Bocas Jr. absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Yes. Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Yes. Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 member absent.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. The governor's nominee, Mr. Joseph Todd Donahue, for the St. Croix District Virgin Islands Board of Contractor Trades and Craft, has been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary with a favorable recommendation to the full body for further consideration and action. Thank you so much, colleagues. Mr. Donahue, we will afford you 30 seconds to provide a wrap-up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senators, for trusting. I take this as a great honor. I honestly was super nervous to come up here. I was really worried about you getting me after seeing the whole... I'm joking. Thank y'all for trusting me. And yeah, yes. And I hope to not let you guys down.
Thank you so much. Short and brief and sweet. Thank you so much for your time. And again, we have every hope that you will do well on this board. The committee stands in recess for 5 minutes.
you.